Well, good morning, Central Texas. Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell here with you on this Tuesday morning, taking a look at what we got going on right now live across Central Texas. We are starting to see that line of storms move in from the west. We also have this storm out ahead of that main line down in, right now it's in Blanco County, moving towards Burnett County. You can see there was a tornado warning on this storm for a little while, but that rotation is kind of, it's gotten a little broader, a little bit weaker, and because of that, you can see now there is a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm as it heads up into Burnett County. Now, the primary risks here going to be large hail within the core of this storm and, of course, very strong winds coming out. Obviously, there was a tornado warning. We're not seeing that necessarily rotation anymore, but the winds could still be very strong with this storm. That storm behind a warm front that'll continue to lift across the area, and as it does, we will see conditions continue to increase for severe weather as we head through the rest of the morning into the early afternoon. We'll be here with you. You can check us out on 6+. We'll have a live stream going all day. Thank you. All right, for those of you joining us on our live stream this morning, wanted to give you a quick update. Obviously, we just did a television cut-in, but that was only 1 minute. Do want to spend a little bit more time with the digital audience here talking about what is going on right now and what we have going on for the rest of the day. I am going to move my computer into the shot so I don't have to keep walking back and forth. All right, so here's what we got going on. Right now, we are watching a very solid line of storms out to the west. You can see it extending basically from Mineral Wells all the way down towards Del Rio. But out ahead of that storm system, we have just a couple of storms starting to develop across Central Texas, including this one down in the Austin area. You can see that tornado warning did just expire. So what we're seeing is there was some rotation within the storm that has broadened out, kind of weakened, not necessarily that tornadic rotation that we were seeing just several minutes ago, which is good news for Burnett County and those areas because, again, after last Thursday, don't want to see that again in that particular area. As far as what this storm looks like, it has weakened quite a bit over the last, say, several scans, last several minutes. So as we look at it, we're going to jump inside the storm here. You can see there is hail within the core of this storm just north of Highway 281, just over the Burnett County line. And the hail in this storm is going to be roughly 1 inch. And again, what we're looking for, you see these little dark blue bullseyes within the core of the storm. That's where we're seeing some of that largest hail. And our radar right now indicating 1 inch hail. This is radar estimated, is not observed. It is not an exact number in terms of the width of the hail that's hitting the ground, but it's what our radar is picking up from inside the storm. So pretty good estimates. They're usually pretty close. But again, there are times where that can be off by just a little bit, you know, ½ an inch here or there. So, you know, it might only be nickel to dime sized hail, not 1 inch, but be prepared for that 1 inch hail hitting the ground. As far as the winds within the storm, let's see. So we're off the edge in terms of our velocity scan, so we'll need to change our radar that we're using. All right, it looks like we were set to Houston, and that would explain why we're not seeing any velocity returns from Burnett County. So let's switch over to our Williamson County radar. And then again, right there, just over the Burnett County line, that's the area that we're looking at. So let's say north of Round Mountain, south of 281, looking at about 50 to 55 miles per hour probably. So again, within the core of the storm, some strong winds, some relatively large hail. So this is continuing to move north-northeast across the area, and you can see the severe thunderstorm warning associated with this storm in effect until 9:15, and the storm is actually moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So it's moving very quickly, so it's not going to be over any one area for too terribly long. That's why you can see for the with the severe thunderstorm warnings, they're usually issued for about 45 minutes to an hour, so you can see that's expecting really good progress with this storm here over the course of the next 45 minutes to the next hour. Let's take a look at the setup. So as we look at our wide view again, we have a lot going on our surface map. Really the one thing we need to focus on, we don't need to worry about all these little troughs in the front back here. We just need to worry about this warm front, because what's going to happen is this warm front is going to lift north across the area throughout the rest of the day. And as it does so, what it does is it opens up all of this area for those warm, humid winds off the Gulf. And with that in mind, we're going to keep all that instability up quite high throughout the rest of the morning into the afternoon. And with that in mind, as you can see, we've already had one tornado warning. There is some shear there, so there is some spin to the atmosphere, so we could see those tornadic storms develop as well. So your forecast looks like this. Again, here's that storm down in Burnett County. It's going to move north across the area, but then we start to see some expansion of those storms as that warm front lifts off to the north. And what we're going to be looking at here, that kind of 10 a.m. through about, let's say, noon, 1, 2 o'clock, is the possibility of some widespread severe weather across central Texas. Now, not everybody's going to see severe weather. Not every storm is going to be strong, but a couple of storms here or there, isolated storms, could have the possibility of developing large hail, damaging winds, and the possibility of an isolated tornado across the area as well. Put it back in motion after about 1 o'clock, everything starts to slide off to the east, and by the time we get to 4, 5, 6 o'clock this evening, we're pretty much done with all the activity, with the exception of a couple of Brazos Valley counties down there towards this evening. But for most of central Texas, we're done by about 4 or 5 o'clock. After that, we should see clearing conditions through the rest of the evening. And then after that, we should have a fairly rain-free day for your Wednesday before storms do pick back up potentially by Thursday. 2 separate warnings in effect right now. Severe thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 2:30 for all the counties highlighted in pink. Tornado watch till 4 o'clock for all the counties highlighted in yellow, so you can see where the most likely area for tornado development would be. It's going to be across the I-35 and I-45 corridors and mainly south of McLennan County. So that's what we're looking at for the rest of the afternoon. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated, and we'll have our live stream going here on 6 Plus and all of our digital platforms throughout the rest of the day, so you can tune in as needed, and we will keep you updated with any changing conditions in today's severe storm possibility. But again, for now, we're going to go back to radar, and we're going to let that run for a while. Okay, thanks. All right, for anybody watching us on our 6 Plus live stream right now, getting ready to do another television cut in here in just a couple of minutes. But this is what we're still looking at. The storm still holding together in Burnett County, is going to be moving potentially into Bell County here over the next several minutes as we head towards the top of the hour here. Liberty Hill by 9:01, Florence by 9:22, Gerald there by 9:34, Belton by 9:58, into Temple by about 10:08, and then into Pendleton by 10:16. So that's the track of the storm. Anywhere you see kind of these little pink shadings starting to develop, that is potential hail core. Just looked inside the storm a second ago. You might have seen it, on the live stream. Basically, we're seeing at this point nickel, penny, dime sized hail. So what we call pocket change sized hail within the core of the storm. So not terribly large, but also not something you want to be outside for. So again, if you're in the path of this storm over the next hour or so, just make sure you're staying indoors because, again, with 60-mile-an-hour winds and potential hail and some torrential downpours potentially in the core of this storm, it's not something you want to be outside for. Okay, sounds like we're about a minute out from our next cut-in. So once we get through the next minute, we'll be on TV, and so we'll kind of all do this together. Okay. Look at Tuesday morning Central Texas. Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell here with you on this Tuesday morning as we track storms moving into Central Texas. One in particular we've been talking about for the last half hour to the last hour or so, moving through Burnett County up towards Bell County right now. This storm has a history of having some tornadic circulation to it. Had a tornado warning on it when it was on Gillespie and Blanco counties. But for now, just dropping hail, strong winds, and some very, very heavy rain at times. Moving towards Bell County right now. Could be in Gerald by about 9:35. Could be into the Temple Belton area by the top of the hour. Academy there at the top of the hour as well. We're also tracking a line of storms still out to the west. Hasn't quite made it, to most of us yet. It is starting to move into San Saba, though, and parts of Mills County at this hour. We're going to continue to see everything kind of expand in coverage and intensity through the mid-morning, into the late morning, into the early afternoon as well. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this for a while. You can keep an eye out with us on our 6 Plus live stream or on KCENTV.com. All right. Okay. Okay. Perfect. All right. Thanks so much. Thank you. All right, so for our digital audience, a couple more pieces of information just to give you real quick. So again, we see kind of everything move out by about 4:30, 5 o'clock, maybe some lingering storms for the Brazos Valley through about 6 or 7 o'clock. But other than that, most of us are done with this activity by the time we get to the beginning of the evening hours across central Texas. There is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for most of our northwestern and western counties until 2:30. The rest of us under this tornado watch until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So again, lots of instability in the atmosphere to work with here, and there is a little bit of that spin that we always look for. So again, with that in mind, all modes, what we call modes of severe weather in play today. That's going to be very large hail, damaging winds, and of course the threat of an isolated tornado or two. Right now though, just the one warning in the area, we've already talked about it, that storm again moving up through Williamson County towards Bell County now at this hour. So again, we're keeping an eye on that one. By the time it gets to Bell County, we'll have to see if it holds together, if it weakens at all, or if it actually could potentially strengthen as well. So a couple of question marks about that storm, but we'll keep an eye on it though as we head over the next several hours. Again, as we head through the afternoon today, we see everything kind of out of here by about 4:30, 5 o'clock. So yeah, we've got several hours here where we could potentially see some severe weather. We're also looking at a lot of rain potentially within these storms. So we're also talking about the potential for a flooding threat across central Texas as well. In fact, most of the eastern half of the viewing area, the I-45 corridor, the Brazos Valley, and those areas under a flood watch through the rest of the day as well. Let me get that graphic pulled up and I'll show you exactly where that warning, that watch is. All right, sorry, I had to go back to my big computer to do this one. All right, let's see. I know that flood watch is in here somewhere. There we go. All right, so this is the flood watch. You can see it overlaid with that tornado watch. I'm trying to show one at a time because some of the areas under the tornado watch are also people that are in that flood watch as well. So let me go ahead and remove the tornado watch from this particular graphic. And there you can see, yeah, it's most of the Brazos Valley and then all of the I-45 corridor, and then we're also including Limestone County in that as well. So again, any county shaded in that dark green color, that is a flood watch that runs through late tonight. You can already see, as we go back to our radar, that there are areas out in our western counties that are already seeing flood advisories being issued for the amount of rain that's falling. So as we look here at our radar map, you can see a flood advisory in effect for San Saba County, and then that extends all the way back into the big country as well. So a lot of rain potential with these storms. Again, torrential downpours at times. So just make sure that we're, you know, if you see that, if we're looking at the live radar and you see the storms are moving towards your area, just kind of try to delay travel as much as you can. Or if you need to get somewhere and you're in central Texas right now, make sure you get to where you're going before this line arrives, because once it gets here, there's going to be moments where visibility is significantly compromised. Of course, we're dealing with wet roadways, and we know how that goes around Texas as well, and the potential for that standing water on those roadways as well. So a lot of concerns here with today's storms. Just make sure that you are somewhere that you need to be, or if you see the storms are moving towards you at the moment, just make sure you delay that travel until they pass if possible. So that's what we got going on. We're going to let this radar run for a while. We have more television cut-ins coming up at 10:30, but over the course of the next hour and a half, we'll continue to keep you updated on 6 Plus intermittently as well. So thanks again for joining us, and we'll be back. All right, for those of you on our live stream this morning, thanks again for keeping up with us. Did want to point this out. So as we're looking down at Williamson County here, so this is south of Bell County. You can see I-35 right here. Here's Leander. Now take a look at these wind speeds, 70 mile per hour potentially there within this storm. Now that is not necessarily exactly what's reaching the ground, but that's what we're seeing very low in the storm. So again, could still be seeing 60 to 65 mile per hour winds at the surface. So again, very strong winds within the storm. This is the same storm that earlier had the tornadic rotation on it. And in this area, we were looking at maybe some signs of some potential rotation, not really seeing it now. But again, very strong wind gusts. So even if it's not tornadic, these are still winds that can definitely move you around, definitely move around your outdoor furniture. Again, showing 83 miles per hour in the core. Again, is that what's happening at the surface? Likely not, but it is entirely possible. We could be talking 60 to 65, up to 70 mile per hour winds at the surface within the storm. Now, this is just to the north of Leander. This is right around State Highway 29. Again, all this moving off to the northeast, basically west of I-35 for now, but could cross over I-35 and really impact a lot of the communities along I-35 there in Bell County once it gets there. Now, moving at about 40 miles per hour, so it's going to take a minute to get out of Williamson County and into Bell County, but you can see the leading edge of the rain is starting to move into Bell County, so a little bit of decent steady rainfall there for the area south of Salado. Gerald there, likely under that rain right now. Again, continuing to move off to the northeast. So if you're in the Temple Belton area, if you're in Academy, if you're in, say, Rogers over here on the eastern half again, and if you're along I-14, again, I think this is going to move mainly to the east, but again, if you're along I-14, we could see some strong, potentially strong winds and heavy rain there as well. So again, this moving off to the northeast, we're going to continue to track it over the next little while here. That is the main storm of concern. We do have all the activity out to the west, but nothing really severe along that line at the moment. You can see a couple of flood advisories there for San Saba County and parts of the Big Country back into the Concho Valley there. So there is some heavy rain falling out of all of these storms. So even if they are moving at 40 miles per hour, or whatever the case may be, still going to have plenty of time to drop heavy rain over any given area. So there are some flooding concerns we have to talk about as well today. In fact, a flood watch in effect for most of the I-45 corridor through later on tonight. But that's what we got going on right now. Let me put it in motion for you. And you can see the kind of direction everything is heading. And again, for the storm that we have, that severe thunderstorm warning on moving into Bell County, that's moving off to the northeast, but everything else basically moving west to east at this hour. Here's the good news. Once we get past all this, we're going to get a pretty good break. I think once we get this main line of storms through today, we're not going to have much to worry about for later on this evening into tonight, and really for tomorrow either. We'll bring our next real rain chance back into the forecast by the time we get to Thursday, though. So, but for today, if we can get this line through, we'll be in good shape. It's just as we continue to watch activity build in this region right here along, again, so our surface map is showing our warm front well south, but notice you see these south winds here, so the warm front more likely kind of in this region right here. So as this storm moves along that warm front, again, a little bit of energy there for it to pick up, so we'll kind of keep an eye on that as well. So, but we're watching this storm right now, moving off to the northeast, should be in Bell County here momentarily, and will work its way across the county over the next half hour to the next hour or so, before then moving on into parts of McLennan and potentially Falls County as well. But everything else, non-severe at the moment, just a lot of rain coming in from the west. A lot of rain that we need, but unfortunately when you get it all at one time, it does lead to some flooding concerns. So we'll have to keep an eye on that through the afternoon as well. In terms of your forecast here, again, so we're going to slide this forward because obviously it is not 8:30 anymore. I'll slide this forward to 9:30. Again, pretty good at picking up on where everything should be, so that gives me a lot of confidence in what this model is showing us in terms of the output, because if it starts off, if it's starting off with the correct initial conditions, it's usually pretty decent at kind of figuring out where everything's going to go from there. So over the next hour or so, we'll see everything continue to slide north, and then we'll see that main line continue to push in from the west, and everything will slide across from west to east through the rest of the day. Again, notice lots of cores being picked up here on this forecast model. So there's a lot of instability in the atmosphere. There is that a little bit of spin to it as well. So that's why we have the tornado watch in effect until about 4 o'clock. This is 1 o'clock. We put it back in motion. Everything kind of starts to slide off to the east by about 4:30. We're going to keep some lingering storms in the area for the Brazos Valley, the I-45 corridor. But for the most part, it's gone. It's out of here by 5, 6 o'clock. And then we should have a pretty decent evening ahead. And for your Wednesday, thinking we're likely going to have some quiet periods there for your Wednesday as well, with our next major rain chance coming in on Thursday. Severe thunderstorm watch for everybody shaded in pink until 2:30. Tornado watch until 4 o'clock for all the areas highlighted in yellow. So again, this is going to be the area where we're kind of watching that warm front kind of slide back to the north, and that's going to provide us with more energy. Obviously, it's going to provide us with some shear and everything else that's going to lead to the potential for those couple of isolated tornadoes. It's not going to be an outbreak by any stretch of the imagination, but we could be talking 1 or 2 tornadoes before all is said and done today. But that's what we got going on right now. I'll put it back on the radar and let that run. Hey, Central Texas. All right, wanted to give you an update on this storm we've been tracking all morning. This one that has moved from basically Gillespie County down near Fredericksburg all the way through Blanco County, through Burnett County, through Williamson County, and now entering into Bell County. So it's taken a little while to get here, but here we are now right near the top of the hour, and it's starting to move into Temple Belton. We're seeing very heavy rain down near Salado, down near Gerald, right along the county line there with Williamson County. So for right now, this is primarily a rain-making storm. You can see they did not extend that severe thunderstorm warning into Bell County, at least not yet. There is still some small hail associated with this storm, potentially up to nickel-sized within the core, and that core is still kind of on the other side of the Williamson County line. So if you're in Bell County right now, just seeing rain, and I can hear in our Temple studio right now that rain is starting to pick up on the roof. You can see some heavier rain there right now for Temple. A bulk of that rain, though, still just a little bit further south on I-35. So Salado, again, down to Gerald. Academy, starting to see a little bit of that rain as well. So for the most part, just rain. Let me show you where that hail core would be on this particular storm. We'll take a look at what our radar is estimating in terms of those hail sizes right now. You can see it's crossing over right now, and right now we're looking at pea to dime, potentially as high as a penny-sized hail. Let's take a look here at the largest part of it, 0.6. So a penny would be 75 100ths. So we're looking, a little bit larger than a dime. Probably the largest hailstones within this storm. It is on the east side of I-35, and the storm is moving northeast, so this could actually split a couple of areas here. It could split Temple, Rogers, could move through Academy here, but again, small hail, again, dime-sized or just a little bit larger than that. So it's not, gigantic hail by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely something you want to be indoors for and to have your car under cover as well. Typically, if we're talking dime-sized hail, we're not going to get a lot of damage to vehicles, but again, if you have cover for your car, obviously that's where you want to be with that. Let's go ahead and change our radar site for our velocity scan here. Change it to the clean radar. What we're seeing is, again, some very broad level rotation. Again, we see the reds and the greens coming together. That's typically rotation, but we're not seeing anything tight. We're not seeing any what we call couplets or anything like that that would indicate that we have any tornadic rotation. Just a little bit of rotation helping hold the storm together a little bit. As far as the wind speeds, again, probably if we go down here 30, 40 miles per hour. Our Austin radar was trying to tell us it was about 80 miles an hour, but again, that could be high up in the storm. So we could be seeing winds rushing out of this storm at 30, 40, maybe as high as 50 miles per hour. We've seen that throughout the morning, but again, nothing severe with this storm right now. That's why the warning was not extended into Bell County. So we're expecting primarily some gusty winds, some small hail, and some very heavy rain at times. If you're in the Temple Belton area, the heaviest rain has not gotten here quite yet. If you're in Salado, kind of right under it right now, Gerald, same story. Rogers kind of on the edge here, so not seeing the heaviest of rain, but again, it is moving off to the northeast. It is kind of crossing I-35, and again, we kind of expect it to come through, the eastern half of the I-35 corridor here. So from Rogers to Academy, expect some heavier rain there, up towards Rosebud and Lott. But again, this is a very large storm in terms of its width. And because of that, a lot of us going to see some rain across Bell County. But again, that northeastern direction that it's taking is going to get it through the I-35 corridor and then on off to the northeast a little bit. So again, good heavy rain, nothing more than that. Again, some very small hail, dime-sized hail would be the largest that our radar is estimating right now. And again, we continue to watch that main line of storms out to the west. This is all going to kind of congeal a little bit throughout the course of the morning and the early afternoon. And as it does so, we do expect some heavier activity as we head towards 11 o'clock noon, towards the 1 o'clock hour. And then all this is basically going to be east of the area by the time we get to 4, 5, 6 o'clock this evening. So several hours here where we could see some showers and thunderstorms across central Texas. Right now, nothing severe for central Texas. Again, just some pocket change sized hail in this storm moving into Bell County. And again, probably some gusty winds coming out of the storms off to the west as well. The storm that we're watching in Bell County actually had a tornado warning on it when it was in Gillespie County, when it was in Blanco County, but by the time I got to Burnett, it kind of started falling apart a little bit, lost that tornadic rotation. Still had some very strong winds, though. That's why we had that severe thunderstorm warning for Burnett County and for Williamson County. Strong winds, large hail. Both of those have come down now. Again, primarily a rain event. Small hail, though, possible within the core of this storm as well. So we're going to let this run here in about another half hour. We're going to do another television cut in, and then we will continue to keep you updated throughout the morning and the afternoon as this storm system continues to travel across. All right, good morning again, Central Texas. About to do a television cut in here in just a couple of minutes, but wanted to update you here on the stream that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Bell County. The same storm been tracking all morning. It was non-severe for a very long time, but now that it's moved into Bell County, notice all these southeast winds right here. This is where that warm front is. We've been talking about that warm front lifting across the area throughout the morning. As this storm now interacts with that warm front, gets a little more energy, and now we're starting to see it pick up in size and in strength a little bit. The hail has increased, winds have increased as well. Okay. Perfect. All right, so all of this talking is heard me do, we're about to go on TV as well. Okay. Okay. Well, a good morning again, Central Texas. Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell here with you on this Tuesday morning. Wanted to give you a quick update for Bell County. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bell County. Now, this storm we've been following all morning ever since it was back in Gillespie County where it had a tornado warning. It went non-severe for a while, but now it's moved into Bell County. And again, I want to point this out. We've been pointing this out to our digital audience. You can see where these winds kind of converge right here. You have some south winds, you have some east winds right here. That's where that warm front we've been talking about is. That warm front's going to continue lifting to the north throughout the morning. As these storms get closer to that warm front, they start interacting with it. They get a little bit more energy, and that's how this storm was able to grow just within the last several minutes. So now as we're looking at this, you can see that hail core basically right along Highway 95 there. So again, we're going to zoom in on the storm. Take a look here. You can see that hail core right along 95. We're talking up to potentially nickel and quarter sized hail. In fact, in Rogers a little bit earlier, there was a report of 1-inch hail there. But again, that primary hail core along 95, that's moving off to the north-northeast. And again, capable at this point of up to nickel sized hail. So there is a history here of quarter-sized hail. There's a history here of larger hail. There's also a history here of tornadic circulation. That's why it had the tornado warning on it back when it was in Gillespie and Blanco counties. But let's go ahead and take a look at the winds right now to kind of see what's happening. Again, not seeing much that would indicate strong, tight, low-level rotation. So again, not much in the way of tornadic situation here, but again, strong winds possible blowing out of the leading edge of the storm, and of course the hail that was within the storm as well, all fairly dangerous out there right now. So again, winds 43, potentially as high as about 50 miles per hour at times. So again, we're not seeing the strongest winds, but we do have that hail core, and again, I kind of want to zoom in on that as we take a look at that again, because obviously this is can do damage for sure. So again, there you see, now we're still seeing that hail core intensify a little bit. Now on our latest scan, you see potentially up to 1-inch hail, so quarter-sized hail there, right along Highway 95. Again, moving up to the north-northeast. Basically right now, this hail core is moving right up 95 and should kind of push off towards 190 here as well over the next several minutes. Other than that, very heavy rain associated with this storm. I can hear it falling on our Temple studio roof right now. You can see maybe another hail core trying to develop just along 35 there in Belton into Temple as well. So again, very strong storm right now moving through Bell County. I'm going to put a track on it, and then what we're going to do after I do this track real quick, we're going to send the TV back to program. We'll stay on digital though, but again, before we do that, let me go ahead and put a track on the storm so you can know where it's going and when it should arrive in those locations. So the storm's moving at about looks like 40 miles per hour. So we're going to take the strongest part of the storm, which again is right along 95, kind of push it off to the northeast a little bit there. And so over the next hour or so. Academy, we're looking at about 1026. Heidenheimer 1031, Oscar by 1036, Seton 1040, Waynaville by 1044, Barkley by about 1048, Lott there by 1101, Chilton 1106. And again, for all of these areas, let's say Waynaville south and down from there, again, the storm would have to hold together long enough to get there, but so far it's held together since Gillespie County. So we're talking a very long time at this point that this storm has been holding together and will continue to move off to the northeast. So this is what's happening right now. And again, I think we'll go ahead and stay on air as well. I said I was going to send you back to programming, but I kind of want to stay with the storm for a few more minutes here. We have another cut-in on TV anyway here in about 7 minutes, so we'll probably just stay with this storm here for the next 7 to 10 minutes as it continues to move through Bell County. That is not the only storm right now. It is the only severe storm at the moment. You can see we also have the line of showers and storms off to our west. This is all moving east. Nothing severe here, but notice all these little green boxes. In addition to the severe thunderstorm warning that we're dealing with, so the severe weather, we also have a flooding threat throughout the day. You can see all these green boxes indicate flood advisories. And the other thing I want to point out is obviously we have the one storm coming through Bell County right now. It will move into parts of Falls and then eventually into Limestone County on its current track. If it kind of veers a little bit up I-35, could make it into McLennan County. But notice what's happening behind this storm. We're starting to see these storms line up a little bit. So that's going to lead to a little bit of a flooding threat along I-35 as well, as we see round after round after round of these storms come through over the next couple of hours. So that's one thing we're watching. But again, right now the big story is the storm in Bell County. It is our only severe storm of the moment. And again, dealing with potential hail core in there. You can hear the thunder outside our studio right now. So heavy rain falling all across Bell County, lightning, thunder. And as far as the hail goes, again, looks like it's pushing just to the northeast. Again, so it was along 95. Now it is just to the east of 95, moving in the general direction of Rogers, and Highway 190 will cross 190 likely just a little bit north of Rogers and then continue on through the eastern half of Bell County here. Looks like as far as if you're in Temple and Belton, we're going to miss the largest part of the hail core. Again, everything I'm saying is dependent that this storm stays on its current track right now off to the northeast. If it jogs at all, veers at all, again, we could see a little bit more in Temple than what we're talking about right now. But as far as its current track, would take it across 190 there north of Rogers. And again, you can see that hail core growing there just to the east of 95. That is, again, when you see those dark blues, that's when we start talking about 1-inch hail. That's quarter-sized hail. If you think about a quarter, that again, when we say quarter, we're talking about literally the money, a quarter. So again, think of how large that is in diameter falling out of the sky. And now you can see the hail core kind of expanding a little bit. So this storm continuing to grow, continuing to intensify a little bit as it continues to push into Bell County here. Again, the reason why, again, we have a warm front that is just draped right across southern Bell County. So as these storms kind of move north into that area, they get a little bit more energy, get a little bit more help from those converging winds to help them grow. And so that's what we're seeing right now, again, pushing off to the northeast there. Let's put a track on that hail core specifically. So we're the area where we're seeing the largest hail, again, off to the northeast, about 40 miles per hour. Again, through Leedale, about 1041, Seaton, 1045, Barkley, 1053, Travis by about 1104, Lott, 1107, Chilton by 1112. And as we zoom in, I can kind of show you exactly the area that we're looking at. So we're talking Academy, we're talking Sparks. Again, Rogers just to the east here of where we're seeing some of the strongest activity. So that hail core looking right now over the last couple of scans, like it's down in Sparks, right around Sunshine Road, up towards, I'm going to have to look at my computer, I'm sorry. Sullivan Road, so again, so moving towards Sullivan Road, and then eventually up towards Reeds Lake Road, and then eventually into US 190 there. Again, it should be just to the north of Rogers, but again, notice the way this hail core continues to expand. So even though this is where the largest hail is, right off of 95, if we take a look over here, you can see more hail potentially falling towards Rogers. Maybe not as large as what we're seeing on the other side, but again, if you're seeing hail fall out of the sky, you definitely want to be indoors, and obviously if you have the opportunity to have your car covered, that is obviously what you want to do as well. So the storm continues to move off to the northeast towards 190. So again, anywhere from Pritchard Avenue towards Reeds Lake Road towards FM 2184, these are all areas that are potentially going to be impacted by this hail core as it continues to go through. And a little bit of good news there, you saw in our last scan, it did come down just a little bit. So we're not talking 1-inch hail at this point. At least our radar is not seeing 1-inch hail at this point. It has come down to if you see these blue dots, likely nickel-sized hail. The rest of it dimes, pennies, down to about peas there on the very, very edge of this hail core. So good news there that came down just a little bit. The other thing that we want to look at, again, is the wind within this storm. And one thing that we look for, again, when the reds and the greens are kind of coming together a little bit, that is an indication of some rotation, but this is not necessarily what I would call tight rotation. If we were looking at anything, we'd be looking right along Highway 95 there, south of Academy, north of Bartlett, but again, there's just not a whole lot there. Let me try a different radar site, see if we can get a better look. All right, so we're using, let's try Austin. Same thing, not really seeing much there. Can try Fort Worth. Yeah, it's too far away from Fort Worth to be of much use. So Killeen, obviously the best radar for us to use right now, and again, just not seeing a whole lot there. It's still pretty close to our radar site there, so might be getting a little bit of interference there just from how close it is to the radar. So we're continuing to watch that area for some strong wind gusts, maybe a little bit of lower level rotation, but right now the bigger concern being the hail that's falling out of the sky, which, again, on our last scan, just mentioned this a minute ago, did come down a little bit in size, and we're going to take a look at our reflectivity again, just so that we can kind of get an idea of where all that rain is falling. So notice the track of this core, because that is going to tell you basically where the strongest part of the storm is and which direction it's moving. And it is taking a little bit more of an easterly jog than what we were seeing before. Still, I think, crossing 190 there, right around or just to the north of Rogers. So again, you can see Rogers there on the Milam County line. So I think this passes the largest part of this hail core likely passing between Academy and Rogers over the next several minutes. For Academy right now, maybe some pocket change sized hail. For Rogers, same story, maybe some pocket change sized hail, maybe a second little core trying to develop there. But again, the largest hail that we're seeing was falling around Sparks, now moving off to the northeast, potentially towards Leedale. Rogers going to get clipped by this hail core as well. Academy, again, a little bit of hail falling just to the north of town there, but again, that's going to be smaller hail. Our main core is still going to be right here just to the east of Sparks. So to the east of 95, moving again towards 190, eventually off towards Leedale, moving northeast through Bell County. Again, we were seeing some signs of rotation, but there's not necessarily enough there for us to issue a tornado warning. At this point, again, it was pretty weak, pretty broad, pretty disorganized. But again, something to keep an eye on because we do have that risk as we head through the rest of the day. There is a low-level tornado threat. We have a tornado watch in effect for most of central Texas through about 4 o'clock this afternoon. And again, remember, once we get all of this passed, we are going to be mostly getting into the clear once we get this western line of storms to push through. It's going to be about 3 or 4 or 5 o'clock before we kind of give you the all clear here. But again, for the rest of the morning into the early afternoon, we're going to continue to watch all this activity kind of move north along I-35. And you're already seeing here this green box around Bell County. So obviously we have the severe thunderstorm warning, but this green box indicates a flash flood warning now issued for Bell County. Lots of rain already having fallen, lots of rain still back to the southwest, moving up I-35. So that is what we're dealing with right now. But again, we have more storms on the way, and as those continue to push north, we will continue to be on the lookout for flooding concerns throughout the rest of the day as well. Severe threat is still there. Obviously, that's still very much in play for the rest of the morning into the early afternoon, but now, of course, we start talking about the potential for some street flooding across the area as heavy rain falling now and heavy rain expected to fall for the next several minutes as well. So this is what it looks like on our wider view. You can see a little bit of a break just right around Blanco County here, but again, this is going to continue to push off to the northeast. So we're going to have to deal with all this, and then eventually we'll deal with that main push of storms. So a lot of rain still yet to fall across central Texas. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning to talk about. That's going to be up in Navarro County. You can see the storm moving through here. It is going to be moving off to the northeast, much the same way as all the other storms are kind of moving from the southwest to the northeast here. This one we're going to take a look at here, and that's in effect until 11:15. You can see here about 30 miles per hour, the storm's moving up to the northeast. It looks like quarter-sized hail, the primary threat with this one. Not necessarily seeing a wind threat with this storm, but that quarter-sized hail potential there and that will likely slide right through Corsicana. So if you're heading towards Corsicana, just know that this storm is right there knocking on your doorstep. Again, not the best time to travel. Definitely want to stay indoors. Going to have lowered visibility from the rains. You're going to have those wet roadways. You're going to start dealing with standing water as well. And you're also now dealing with that 1-inch potential diameter hail, so quarter-sized hail in that storm as well. So 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now across central Texas. 1 for Navarro, 1 for Bell. And that Bell County severe warning also includes parts of Milam County. This storm motion, again, is still primarily off to the northeast. It's taken a little bit more of an easterly track over the last several minutes, but still, I do suspect the heart of that hail core just kind of passed just to the north of Rogers here. So taking a look inside again. Again, you can kind of see that exactly what we were just talking about. Academy getting clipped by some of the smaller hail on the outside of this core. Rogers getting clipped by some of the smaller hail on the outside of this core. The main core, though, passing kind of between towns here. So I think you'll see the hail size increase in Rogers over the next several minutes, but this will pass, and then we'll be kind of on the backside of that. So that is good news. I don't think Rogers is going to take the full brunt force of this, but again, if you're traveling down US 190, if you're in Rogers and you're thinking, I got to get somewhere, you're going to have to wait, because if you've got to go north on 190 here, you're going to be dealing with this hail core for the next several minutes. So with that, again, up to quarter-sized hail. Anywhere you see the dark blue there, the lighter blue shades, that's going to be up to nickel-sized hail. So that is what we're dealing with at the moment. So again, travel definitely not advised across parts of 190, across parts of Highway 95. So at this point, from an Academy to Sparks to Rogers, definitely kind of want to wait this one out just a little bit over the next several minutes. Again, let's go ahead and take a look at our forecast for what we expect for the rest of the morning into the early parts of the afternoon, because we're going to see this continue. So let me back this up just a little bit. We're going to start this right at 10:30. We'll go 10:45. So you can see those storms that we're tracking right now. This forecast model has done a pretty good job, maybe a little bit too far north with this particular complex of storms, but doing a pretty good job on picking up on some of that activity. Here's that main line back out to the west, but notice what happens over the next several hours. We're going to kind of see everything expand a little bit, potentially grow in intensity as well as it heads towards I-45. And then as we head towards 4:30, 5 o'clock, towards about the 6 o'clock hour, we see everything kind of shift off to the east. Now, we might still have some stormy activity left for parts of the Brazos Valley through about 6, 7 o'clock, but after that, we clear out for the night, and we'll have a decent night ahead of us, a decent Wednesday. More storm chances, though, are in the forecast as we head till on towards Thursday. In terms of the watches and the warnings, this is what we're looking at right now. You can see that tornado watch still in effect until 2:30. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued as well for parts of North Texas into some of our northeastern counties, but again, that tornado watch in effect for most of central Texas. That goes until 4 o'clock. And again, we have the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. No other severe warnings, no tornado warnings or anything of that nature at the moment. A couple of flash flood warnings that we talked about through Bell County as well. But for now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to send our TV audience back to their regular programming, and we're going to continue on our 6 Plus streaming app. So again, you can join us at kcentv.com, on 6 Plus on your smart TV, or on the KCEN mobile app on your phone. We'll have a live stream going there throughout the duration of today's stormy weather, and then we'll have updates from me periodically as needed, and then in situations like this where we have severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll give you some more updates. But you can join us there. For now, though, if you're watching us on Channel 6 on the TV, let's send you back to programming. All right, again, thank you for staying with us on our live stream. A lot of stuff going on across central Texas out there today. The primary storm of concern right now is in Bell County. We've been talking about that one for the last, probably about the last 15, 20, 25 minutes. You can still see it here. We're still seeing that hail falling. It is now crossing 190, the core of the storm is. And again, doing so just right around Rogers. We talked on our last update that it was kind of taking a little bit more of an easterly track, but it does still look like the largest hail in the storm is going to pass just to the north of Rogers, potentially moving towards Leedale. So if you're in Leedale, keep that in mind. This storm heading your direction with very large 1-inch hail in tow. Rogers, again, probably up to about dime size at this point, may get as large as nickels here before all is said and done, but the largest hail, again, passing over 190 towards Leedale. So again, I keep saying this, if you've got business, just give it a minute. This will pass. It's moving about 30 or 40 miles per hour. It's not going to be a permanent situation. You're not going to see hail falling for hours at a time. Give this a chance to pass by before you get on the roads and travel. And it's not just the hail. Right now, the rain falling very heavy across Bell County. So again, that is going to lower visibility at times. It's also going to lead to standing water. We'll notice we are under a flash flood warning for Bell County in addition to the severe thunderstorm warning. So lots of rain already having fallen, and we have more storms lining up right behind this storm. So we're going to continue to see those rounds of rain come through. So a flooding threat, very real throughout the rest of this afternoon. So let's take a look at the setup. Again, we are dealing with a warm front that is pushing into our southern counties, and as it does so, it is going to provide all these storms for a little bit more of a focus for getting even stronger than they already are. So that's what happened to this storm right here. Moved into Bell County, kind of came into contact with that warm front, and that those kind of converging winds there at the surface helping to really help this storm blow up again. Remember, it was tornado warned back in Blanco County, moved into Burnett County, was just a severe thunderstorm warning, moved into Williamson County. We saw the severe thunderstorm warning allowed to expire, and then it picked right back up just a few minutes later as the storm continued to push towards that warm front. So that's what can happen when these storms kind of approach those areas of convergence. So we'll have to keep an eye again on the rest of these storms as they continue to push off to the north. The good news is once we can get past this main line out to the west, we're going to be doing pretty good for the rest of the day. Still looking at about 3, 4, 5 o'clock by the time we're all said and done with everything. But by then, we should be clearing out and moving on for the rest of the evening. But for now, again, remain weather vigilant, remain with us here on 6 Plus because this continues to be a very active situation and will continue to be an active situation for the next several hours. So we'll keep the radar going. We'll come back with updates as needed. Right now I'm going to go work on a couple of other things, but we'll leave the radar right here. All right, thanks again for staying with us on our live stream this morning. Did want to give you a little update on this Bell County storm. Not a whole lot has changed, just wanted to kind of update you on the location. Most of the hail core has now crossed 190, so we're seeing that now on the east side of Highway 190 north of Rogers. Again, if you're in Rogers, likely dealing with some dime-sized, potentially as high as nickel-sized hail, but their largest hail, again, crossing 190 just to the north there, moving off to the northeast right now, so towards Rosebud, towards, say, Zabzikville, Leadale, all those areas kind of in the path of this hail core as it continues to travel off to the northeast. So keep that in mind. If you're in any of those locations, this is heading your way. 1-inch hail potential within the core of this storm. So very large, damaging hail falling. Make sure you are indoors as this storm heads your direction. So as far as when we can expect that storm to arrive in your location, let's put a track on it. Again, we're looking at Zabzikville, 1047, Barkley by about 1053, Travis there about 1104, High Bank 1119, Marlin by 1123, if all this holds together, of course. We'll have to see if it continues to hold together the way it has so far. But that hail core, again, moving towards, again, Marlin by about 1123, Cyclone 1047, same thing for Zabzikville there, and Barkley by about 1053. So that's where the storm is heading. Continues to move off to northeast. Continue to also watch the interior of this storm for potential signs of some rotation. Again, this storm does have a history of being tornadic, and given the environment it's in right now, it's still possible that we could see that. So we're continuing to keep an eye on it, but again, not seeing anything tornadic at this moment. As far as what we're looking for, again, we look at the winds inside the storm just to see not only how fast they are, but in what direction they are moving. You can see our velocity scan does show maybe a little bit of rotation here in this general area, kind of between Academy and Edgeworth, right along 190. There's nothing really well defined here that would indicate that we have that tornadic rotation, but the storm itself likely rotating on a larger scale. So again, we have to keep an eye on that as we head through the next couple of hours with this storm. Can still hear the heavy rain falling across parts of Bell County. I can hear it right now on our Temple studio roof. And as we take a look here, again, rain has been falling for the better part of about an hour now across Bell County. So with that in mind, starting to see some flooding concerns, a flash flood warning in effect for Bell County, and more storms on the way. Take a look south towards Georgetown, towards Bartlett. All these storms following the exact same path. This is what we call training storms, lining up like train cars as they kind of move across. So we have to keep an eye on that aspect of the storm as well. Now back to the west, again, we have that main line of storms that's pushing off to the east. That'll kind of push everything through over the next several hours. So again, lots more rain still to fall here across central Texas as we head through the rest of the day. Wider view, again, we have that one severe thunderstorm warning for Navarro County as well. That one pushing across I-45 right in the neighborhood of Corsicana. So that is, looks like the strongest part of the storm where the hail core would be is just to the south of Corsicana, passing between Corsicana and Angus. So a couple of different hail cores that we're dealing with this morning. Here is the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning that I figured it would come, and it did. It now moves into parts of Falls County, Milam County, even clips into Robertson County there as well. This goes until 11:45, and again, this storm has a history of up to quarter-sized hail. If you go way back to early this morning, about 7:30, 7:45, it has a history of tornadic rotation as well as it moved through parts of Gillespie and Blanco counties. But as this storm continues to push off to the east-northeast here, we're going to continue to watch for signs of strengthening rotation. If we end up with those signatures, obviously, then a tornado warning will be issued on the storm. But not seeing that just yet. No tornado warning, primarily just strong winds, hail, and again, that heavy, heavy rainfall that continues to fall out of this storm. But it's moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, as we've talked about. And again, just a little bit of rotation there within the storm. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It didn't look very strong. It didn't look very organized. But again, we can see these storms kind of pick up and at times, and we'll have to keep an eye on that. But for now, we'll let this radar run, and we'll keep it going for you. Hey, Nancy. If you're still back there. Can we go on the TV? Yeah. Okay. All right, those of us still on our live stream, we're going to be going on TV here in just a second because now we have a tornado warning on the same storm been tracking. Yes, I am. Good morning, Central Texas. Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell still here with you on this Tuesday morning. Wanted to jump in here because now we have a tornado warning on this same storm we've been tracking. It has moved through Bell County, is now into Falls County. This storm moving towards Rosebud. Now we need to look inside the storm to figure out where the exact center of rotation is, but this tornado warning in effect until 11:45, and again, this includes Bell County, but this is the far western or eastern reaches of Bell County, primarily for Falls and Milam counties, moving off towards Robertson. So all four of those counties are included in this warning, and so we're going to look inside this storm because I want to figure out where that rotation could potentially be within this storm. That we're seeing. Again, one of the aspects of the storm, again, still continues to be 1-inch hail. That now crossing over the Bell County line. So if we're looking for any indications on our velocity scans of where we would see rotation, the area that I'd be looking at would be, and again, this is going to be a little bit difficult to tell just because of where it is in relation to our radar, but I'd be looking right along the county line there. And again, whenever you see these greens and reds coming together, that's what we're looking for in terms of potential tornadic rotation. So as we kind of put a track on this, first we're going to look at how fast this storm is moving, and then we're going to track it for you. So if you're in the path of this storm, know to seek to your shelter place. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. We don't have any ground confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but know that this our radar is now indicating to us that there is some potential rotation within this storm. The area that we're looking at, again, 8 miles northeast of Rogers, 12 miles northwest of Cameron. So again, it's going to be right along the county line there from Bell into Falls County. So let's go and put a track on this. It's moving east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So from that area, we're going to track this off to the east-northeast. Again, it's moving at about 35. So let's go ahead and change that. I had it set to 40. Again, seeing what potentially could be a little bit of a hook right here. So again, right there on the county lines there, between Bell, Falls, and Milam, that's kind of the area that we're looking. So as we drag this out, again, we're looking at Burlington by about 11:12, Rosebud by 11:17, Briary by about 11:23, Wilderville by 11:27, Baileyville 11:29, High Bank by about 11:35, Hammond High School by 11:39, and into Reagan by about 11:43. So again, this is the area where it looks like we could be seeing that rotation. Let me again go back into our velocity scan tool so we can get a better look inside the storm. And again, I'm going to pick a different radar site because again, this one is not giving me exactly what we need here. That one's not doing much better. Let's try. Okay, that's going to be too far away. All right, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to find a good solid picture, but again, what we're looking at is this area potentially right in this zone, kind of between Zabsicville, between Edgeworth there. Again, whenever you see these greens and reds come together, that's what we're looking for in terms of rotation. And I've looked now through about 2 or 3 different radar sites, and again, we're kind of pinpointing it to about this area right here. So between Zabsicville and Edgeworth. If you're in Zabsicville, if you're in Edwards, you need to make sure that you are in your safe space. If you're in Rosebud, you need to make sure you're in your safe space because this storm, again, is tracking off to the northeast. So as it continues to do so, will impact Rosebud here in the next about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you're in that area, make sure you're in your safe space. Again, to recap, what is a safe space? We're talking about the lowest floor of your home. We're talking about the interior of your home, and of course, away from as many windows as possible. Obviously, if you're in the interior of your home, there should not be any windows. But again, the goal is always to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. So again, we're looking at this space right here. Let me try something a little bit different. We're going to change this to our reflectivity product. I'm not seeing a lot there on reflectivity that would give me much of an indication of where we'd be looking for this rotation. That's why I always use the velocity product, but let me try something a little bit different. just trying to get a better image from within the storm. Again, I don't want this legend up there. There we go. Okay. All right, so again, this is looking from Killeen. This is going to look from Austin. This is going to look from Houston. And again, it's not the cleanest rotation signatures that we've seen, but again, if we are seeing that rotation, again, it's going to be kind of in that Edgeworth to Zabzigville kind of area here, and again, moving off to the northeast as it does so, moving towards Rosebud. So that's the area of concern right now. So if you're in Rosebud, if you're in these areas, anywhere in this triangle of towns, that's where we need to be making sure we're in our safe space right now. So that is the current setup here. Let me put a track on it again at about 35 miles per hour. We're going to kind of go from there. And again, these may not be 100% exact, but it gives you a good idea. Rosebud by about 11:20, Waterville by about 11:30, High Bank by 11:38, Reagan by 11:45, Bremond by 11:52. I'm going to step off for just a second. I'm going to check the National Weather Service chat to see if there is anything new or confirmed on this storm. And as we're looking, all right. Okay, so it's looking, we're looking basically right along 485 just south of 53. All right, 485 just south of 53. So again, that's that Zabzigville area we were just talking about. And from Milam County rotation, looks to stay north of the county line in Falls County. Bell County, obviously we're being removed from those warnings, but right now, of course, the primary concern is going to be within this storm right here. Let me do a couple of things real quick. We're going to change to a different radar, first and foremost. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. This is what I was trying to get. So whenever we look at these storms, again, with reflectivity, and again, our concern right now is going to be in this sort of hook-shaped region. So again, you see 53 here. Again, 485 kind of comes off of 53 down towards Hearn. So again, that's the area that we're looking at right now. As we zoom in, I'm going to try and give you a few more roadways. All right. So again, here's Highway 53. You can see Barclay kind of right here in this little hook area. So again, possibly moving off towards County Road 367. We always look for these hooks. That's usually an indication of that's where we can expect to potentially see that rotation. And as we look inside again, and just trying to get a little bit of a clean view. And again, it looks like it's going to be kind of in that Rosebud area, right around 53, right around 77. That's where we'd be looking right now. So again, if you're in Rosebud, if you're in Bremond at this point, again, make sure you're in your safe space as well as this storm continues to track off to the east, northeast. Again, a little bit harder to see with some of these products than I would typically like. But again, I'm trying to work out, again, some decent location data for you. Again, here, let's try looking from here. Okay. All right, it looks like Houston's going to be our best bet in terms of radar sites. Okay. But yeah, again, so along Highway 53, that's where this storm appears to be. Again, right around 77, moving towards Rosebud. So if you're in Rosebud, again, need to be in that safe space at this time. Again, it's going to continue to move off towards Bremond. So again, we're kind of seeing it kind of track right along 53 there, a little bit past 77. But again, there is that tornado warning. You can kind of see that typical hook shape that we look at. Again, kind of moving towards Rosebud a little bit, potentially already kind of closing in on Rosebud. But if you're in Rosebud, again, just know that you need to be in your safe space at this time. Again, as we track this, and put that tracker on it. Again, Rosebud, 1120. We've been kind of looking at 1120 this whole time. Towards Bremond by about 1153. Causey by about 1205. Easterly, 1222. So that's where the storm is headed. And again, if you're in any of those spaces, just understand the storm is moving generally in your direction. But as far as immediate concern, again, we got Rosebud, Zipperlinville, Wilderville. Those are the areas that are going to be kind of next in the path of this storm. So we definitely want to make sure that we are in that safe space at this time. Putting it back in motion, you can see it is generally moving off to the east-northeast. It does have that well-defined hook to it. So again, those are the areas that we look at when we look for any types of rotation. We look for any hook echoes. And again, right now with our velocity being a little bit on the messier side, again, going to kind of use that as a visual marker of where we're expecting to see that rotation. Again, this is kind of what we're looking at. As far as our radars are showing fairly messy rotation, it looks like within this storm. But again, when you start seeing that reflectivity, look with that hook there. And again, if I'm looking for an area of rotation, likely here, again, right along, it's going to be right around 320 there, we're at 77 there. So again, 53, 77, that area right there, that's where we're kind of looking for any of those signs of rotation. So kind of this triangle of highways here in the southwestern portions of Falls County. That's the area we're looking at right now. As this storm continues to track off to the east-northeast. Again, a tornado warning in effect until 11:45. You can see that does slide into parts of Milam County and into Robertson County. At this time, it does look like the storm is weakening just a little bit, not seeing those telltale signatures as much on our reflectivity right now. But again, still a dangerous storm potentially here with possibly some tornadic rotation within the core of this storm. Again, I'm going to step off for just a second. I'm going to take a look inside the chat to see what's going on, see if we have any confirmation of anything out there across central Texas. All right, still looking. I don't see any sort of confirmation or anything of that nature. So Falls County. Okay. All right. So yeah, so they're kind of seeing the same thing that I'm seeing at the National Weather Service. So they're seeing as this storm kind of moves north of, so remember, all of this is interacting with that warm front we've been dealing with all morning. As it kind of moves north away from that boundary line, we are kind of seeing it weaken just a little bit. The tornado threat is still there, but again, as we're looking at it, we're not seeing any of those telltale signs. That hook is kind of falling apart just a little bit here. And when we look at the velocity scans, we're not seeing a clean velocity scan that would show tight rotation at the surface. The tornado threat is still there, so if you're in Rosebud, if you're past Rosebud right now, again, we were looking towards Wilderville and those areas, High Bank, these areas need to continue to be in their safe space right now. That tornado warning is still in effect, but again, the storm does appear to be weakening some as it continues to move off to the north. I want to look inside again. Again, this is just some very messy velocity scans. It's a little bit hard to tell here. But if I was going to be looking anywhere, I'd still be looking right around Rosebud at this time. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding anything that's going to really help us out here on our velocity scans. Unfortunately, one thing we have to understand is our radar sites, we have one in Williamson County, we have one in Houston, we have one in Fort Worth. And so what happens is sometimes these storms kind of end up kind of in the middle of all three of those, and it becomes a little bit more difficult to get good solid readouts just because they're distance from the radar. But again, we'll do our best to kind of try and interpret the data for you. Again, it looks like that area of rotation right around Rosebud at this time. So if you're in Rosebud, again, continue to make sure you're sheltering in place. And again, if you're in High Bank, just understand the storm is heading your way over the next several minutes. So this, again, a powerful storm, potential tornadic rotation within the core of it. The other thing, of course, that we've been dealing with all morning has been a hail threat. So as we look inside the storm, you can see just to the south of Rosebud along 77, right along the Milam and Falls County line, still seeing that 1-inch hail falling in this region right here. Again, the far southwestern corner of Falls County. But Rosebud, some of that hail moving in, and again, some of that rotation looks like it's right in that general vicinity as well. So again, if you're in Rosebud, continue to make sure that you are sheltering in place. If you're in High Bank, understand this storm is heading your direction. So again, make sure that you are also sheltering in place as long as we continue to have this tornado warning in place. We continue to maintain the possibility that this storm could produce a tornado. So with that in mind, just make sure you're sheltering in place throughout the next several minutes. And again, it looks like we'd be looking just maybe to the south of Rosebud. I'm looking for any telltale signs of where we'd be dealing with this rotation. And it's become a little bit difficult to tell, but again, it's going to be right in the vicinity of Rosebud at this time. So that's where we're looking. And again, moving off to the east-northeast, going to kind of flirt with the Milam and Falls County line. So we kind of have to deal with that as well. So if you're in Milam County, we could see this kind of enter into parts of Milam County over the next several minutes as well. But generally off to the east-northeast, following the county line almost exactly at this time. So there's that hail core. Any signs of rotation would again be back and just a little bit to the south of that. In fact, on this particular radar, you can almost see just a little bit of potentially a hook trying to develop down near Burlington and those areas. Again, it's just very hard to tell right now based on the tools that we have. But again, I can tell you that rotation potentially in the area of Highway 77 between Rosebud and Burlington. So again, in those areas, that's where we need to make sure we're in our safe spaces. And again, this is going to continue to move off to the northeast towards Eloise, off towards High Bank and Wildville as well. So again, tornado warning continues to move off to the northeast right now across Milam County. Going to step off one more time. Going to go check the chat again just to see if there are any confirmations or any updates on this particular storm. Okay. And so the reason why we may not have been able to find much in the way of good data on our radar scans is because there's not a whole lot of rotation right now to be found. So this storm is again weakening in terms of the rotation, but notice again the hail core is still holding together very well right now. So hail will continue to be a concern, but that tornadic rotation does seem to be diminishing, and as we let this go through a couple more scans, couple more cycles, we could see this tornado warning allowed to be canceled or expired. So we're going to continue to watch that here for just a couple more minutes as this storm continues to move across parts of Milam and Falls County. One more time, taking a look inside. See if we can spot anything that resembles rotation. Again, that hail core continues to hold together, moving between Burlington and Rosebud along Highway 77. 1 inch hail there in the core of that. Again, yeah, the same thing the National Weather Service was looking at, same thing we're looking at is just it is very hard to pick out any rotation. It does look like some of that lower level rotation has kind of gone away, and so that's why we're looking at this in terms of potentially the ability to let that warning expire, that tornado warning. The severe thunderstorm warning likely will continue, but it looks like the tornado warning might be allowed to expire here relatively shortly. But again, keeping an eye on that, a couple more minutes here, and we will see this, see what the storm continues to do. If it continues to weaken, like I said, we will see that tornado warning allowed to expire. Again, just looking inside and not finding a lot here that would indicate tight rotation, especially not from our Colleen radar. You see from our Colleen radar, we're not seeing any rotation at all. So that is why we're looking at potentially letting this expire over the next several minutes. But moving east, basically east-northeast, more east of north right now, and because of that, we'll pull it into parts of Milam and Robertson counties over the next several minutes as well. So if you're in, say, Bremond, be prepared that this storm, which packs a punch, potentially tornadic rotation and up to 1 inch hail, moving your direction here over the next several minutes. So if you're in Bremond, be prepared that this storm is heading your way. Make sure you're at least indoors. If not that, then in your safe space, as well as this could still potentially show some signs of tornadic rotation. As we continue to watch this, I continue to look for updates from the National Weather Service chat to see if they're seeing what I'm seeing. And as I look over, okay, no update since the last update. We are still seeing the same situation basically that we've been seeing, where that rotation continues to weaken. In fact, now we're starting to see that hail core weaken just a little bit, so it's very likely that here in the next several minutes we'll continue to see this allowed to be canceled or expired here as this storm continues to weaken just a little bit. Again, a little bit of rotation along 77, but the primary concern that I see right now is going to be that hail core. But again, continue to make sure that you are sheltering in those safe spaces at this time, as this tornado warning is still valid And there is still some rotation with this storm, even if it's not as strong as it was before. Just make sure that you're prepared for the storm as it continues to move again towards Bremond and towards High Bank in those areas along the Robertson, Milam, and Falls County lines. Again, moving off to the east-northeast, not very quickly at this point. It seems to have slowed down just a little bit, maybe about 30 miles per hour in terms of the forward motion at this time. Changing radars here. Again, kind of widening out just a little bit in terms of that hook that we were seeing earlier. So again, potentially starting to lose that rotational signature. But again, Rosebud up towards Bremond. That's the area that we're looking at right now. Those are the areas that need to maintain kind of that safe space right now, maintain your sheltering, and continue to watch as the storm continues to move towards your area. But again, weakening with each passing scan, we are seeing that hail core fall apart a little bit, and we've already seen some of that rotation kind of be removed from the storm. So again, I'm going to go look for more updates on this warning here, see if there are any changes being made. At this time, it doesn't look like there is a change to announce. Taking one more look. Okay. So again, no updates yet in terms of whether or not this warning will be allowed to expire or cancel here. We are seeing a little bit of a split here between these two cores. So again, may see this kind of take a little bit more of an easterly track. If that becomes the case, we could see strengthening there on both ends. So that's something we'll have to watch out for as well. And we can see that if we look at our hail here, and again, you can kind of see just a little bit of a split there developing between those two cores, the two strongest areas of hail activity right now. So again, we'll have to keep an eye on that. This storm could move a little more east. This storm could move a little bit more to the north there. If that happens, we typically see them get a little bit stronger. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But right now, again, tornado warning still in effect until 11:45. This storm, the area of rotation likely past 77 at this point. So we'll take a look again. Again, I'm not seeing anything from that radar. Kind of cycle through our radars real quick, looking for a better image. Okay, so potentially a little bit of, and again, the radar we're using right now is from Houston, so this is a long way for this radar to be reaching out. But again, potentially right here along that Milam and Falls County line, wherever you see these reds and greens together, that's what we're looking for. But so again, this is a very messy image. It's not really showing much in the way of tight rotation. And again, still looking to see if there are any updates, but the tornado warning does continue until 11:45. So this tornado warning does continue. We're continuing to see some signal of rotation within the storm, so we keep that going. If you're in Bremond, again, this storm is heading your direction. So again, make sure you're in your safe space, sheltering in place there. Likely hearing the sirens go off at this time. So just keep in mind that you need to be in your whatever we consider, whether it's your pantry, your basement, whatever or if you have a basement, if it's a closet, just anything in the interior of your house, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And of course, the obvious part is just away from any windows. Again, this could be a tornadic situation. We don't have anything confirmed. It is just radar indicated rotation. So keep that in mind as well. It looks like yeah, so last update was from about 3 minutes ago over Rosebud, 14 miles north of Cameron, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So again, this is all radar indicated. We don't have any confirmation of any tornado on the ground or anything else, just radar indicated rotation. Again, it's going to be in the vicinity there of Rosebud, moving towards Bremond. So this storm, again, moving off to the northeast. So if you're looking at timing here for this storm, we'll be looking at Eloise 11:36, Bremond 11:50, into Causey by about 12:03, and then Bald Prairie there by about 12:16 as this continues to move off to the northeast. So still watching it, still maintaining vigilance here with this particular storm as it continues to move off to the east-northeast. In terms of updates for you, All right, it says we're looking at worst part of the storm has moved through Rosebud. Rotation continues to remain weak. No immediate tornado threat, but we're going to keep the warning going a little bit longer. So yeah, so they're seeing, again, at the National Weather Service, the exact same thing that I'm seeing. They're seeing weak rotational signals, not that would indicate that there's a tornado on the ground or anything like that, but enough to at least keep this tornado warning going for the next 20 minutes or so until it's set to expire at 11:45. At that point, we'll reevaluate, see what's going on. But again, 1-inch hail potentially here within the storm, and again, that rotation that we're seeing continues within the storm. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. That right now is the only warning around the area in terms of severe weather. In terms of flooding, though, you can still see there is that flash flood warning in effect for Bell County, flood advisories for Williamson County, all the way back down towards Blanco County and Gillespie County. And notice more storms are developing down southwest of here, and everything's kind of moving off to the east. So again, a few more rounds of rain possible across the area. But our main concern right now does continue to be this storm here over what is now the Falls and Milam County line. So we saw, again, the storms tried to split just a minute ago, but you can see that northern part of it didn't really, is not really working out. So again, we continue to maintain the strongest part of the storm right here along the county line. We're past Rosebud at this point. However, if you're in Bremond, if you're up towards High Bank, those areas, this storm is heading your direction. So keep in mind that you still need to maintain that shelter, that safe space as this storm moves towards you. From our Houston radar, again, a very messy image, but again, showing some signs of rotation. Whenever you see the reds and the greens mixing together, that's what we're looking for. So if there was some rotation, that would be of concern. It would likely right now be between Rosebud and Bremond. So again, if you're in Bremond, just make sure you're maintaining that sheltering posture. Maintain your position in whether it's, again, an interior closet, an interior pantry, an interior bathroom, just something away from any exterior walls, no windows, and obviously putting as many walls between you and the outside world as possible as this storm continues to move towards your area. We're continuing to monitor it. Again, not seeing much right now that would indicate any sort of potential tornado on the radar, but there is enough rotation there that the warning does continue. So of course we'll stay with you until this storm either kind of weakens out of some of that rotation, or of course until it moves on out of the area. But as far as the winds within the storm, again, seeing that rotation potentially in this general region where you see those reds and greens come together, changing back to a different one of our radars. Again, it's just a very messy image right now, and because of that, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where that rotation would be. And it also could be an indicator, as you've seen in our last few updates, it could be an indication that we are seeing that rotation kind of work itself out a little bit. So with that in mind, we're going to continue to monitor, but I think right now the concern for a tornado is a little bit lessened because of the general nature of how this storm is behaving right now. But again, that hail core continues to hold on. We're still seeing 1-inch hail falling right along the Milam and Falls County line. Right now, about 1 inch there, and again, that's quarter size, right? That is cause for a severe thunderstorm warning. That is the level at which we issue a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, putting it back in motion, you can see, again, moving past Rosebud. So we're past Rosebud at this point, again, moving towards Bremond. So again, if you're in Bremond, just make sure that you are still sheltering, make sure you're still in that closet, bathroom, pantry, whatever the case may be. Other areas of concern would be High Bank, would be anybody located right along the county line there. Hammond would be another area that we'd be looking at potentially, that this could move through Baileyville over the next several minutes as well. Reagan also somewhat in the path here of this storm. So again, this continues to be a very large storm that that is moving across now. The core is moving across the Falls Milam County line. Will soon cross over into northern Robertson County as well. So this storm moving at about 35 miles per hour. And as we put another track on it, and of course, want to continue to track this storm, so give you always an updated idea of where it's going and when it might get there. So the strongest part of the storm there would be in Bremond, potentially by about 11:47, towards Post Oak School there by about noon. So again, those are the areas that are kind of in the path of the storm, but also Hammond, Baileyville, be on the lookout. Make sure you're sheltering as well. If you can hear the sirens, definitely make sure you're in your safe spaces. The storm does still show some signs of some weak rotation. I'm going to go check for any updates one more time. Okay, we don't have any updates on this particular, oh, here we go. All right, looks like we're going to keep the tornado warning going. So here's the issue. All of these storms right now that are in this area, in Falls County, Milam County, Bell County, are also contending with a warm front. And any storms that kind of move along that warm front will have the ability to kind of tap into some of that energy and keep the show going, for lack of a better terminology. So with that in mind, the tornado warning being allowed to continue out of basically an abundance of caution right now. We're not seeing huge rotational signals, but with that warm front being right there, want to make sure that we're maintaining that vigilance. So again, High Bank towards Bremond, Hammond, these are all areas that need to be in their safe space and sheltering right now as this storm continues to move in that direction. I'm going to try one more thing. Again, trying to find a good view here. So that's our Colleen radar. This is going to be our Houston radar. This from Austin. Fort Worth is going to be a little too far away. Okay, so that may be a little bit better here as you look down towards, again, so inside this purple area, this is what we call a range folding. Just means we're kind of at the edge of the radar's usefulness, for lack of a better term. So this area right here where you see those greens and reds coming together, that's again the area that we're kind of looking at. Whenever we show you these velocity scans, we're just looking for those areas where the green color meets the red color and they kind of, for lack of a better term, kind of swirl together there, obviously, since we're looking for rotation. Basically what's happening is the radar is picking up winds flowing towards the radar and away from the radar. That's why there's two different colors. Where you see those come together, it's picking up on a rotational signal. So that's what we're looking for. Again, this is the Houston radar. So I've shown you now Houston and Dallas-Fort Worth. And again, it kind of keeps coming back to this same little area here, kind of between Rosebud and High Bank right now. So again, if you're in High Bank, if you're in Bremond, if you're in Hammond, this storm moving towards you, still showing some signs of rotation. So again, make sure you continue to be in that safe space at this time as the storm continues to move off to the east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. I don't know why these legends keep popping up here. There we go. All right, so again, storm moving basically east-northeast. You can see in High Bank there, so potentially that hail starting to make it into High Bank. Bremond, Hammond, very, very soon on the list here will be being impacted by this storm as well. Bremond likely already seeing the rain, maybe as far south as Calvert as well. So you can see that severe thunderstorm warning does extend from Calvert all the way up towards Marlin. But the part of the storm that could be showing signs of rotation kind of located within this red box right here. So that is the area that we are looking at, and that is the area that continues to concern us just a little bit with some signs of rotation. Basically right now, right between Rosebud and High Bank. And again, now starting to see some more rain showers move into the Temple Belton there. You can hear it on the roof here in our Temple studio. So more rain there for an area that's already under that flash flood warning. As we saw a lot of rain a little bit earlier across Bell County, and now we're going to see even more as this pushes through. The good news is it does look like we're going to get a little bit of clearing here in the relatively near future for Bell County, for McLennan County over the next hour to hour and a half. We're going to kind of see that main line push off to the east. There will potentially still be more activity developing behind, but for now at least that would give us a little bit of a break, allow some of that to soak in a little bit. Our concern, though, right now continues to be this storm over Falls County and Milam County. And as it continues to move along, we're still seeing on our radar potentially some signs of weakening here, which would be obviously great news for everybody involved. Again, still struggling a little bit finding any of those velocity signatures that would indicate rotation. Continue to use our Houston radar just because it's the only one that's giving us any sort of picture at all. Again, kind of messy rotation there. Our Austin radar not showing us much of anything. Again, Fort Worth a little bit too far away. But again, it's that same area, right? So whenever we pick up a couple of radars that are actually picking anything up, it does tend to be in that same area. So that last scan kind of pushed into an area where it is a little bit more difficult to make anything out there. So again, let's go back to our Houston radar. And again, that area of rotation continues to be approaching, again, High Bank, Bremond, in those areas there, right along 6 and 14. So if you're along 6 and 14 there near Bremond, this is heading your direction. Again, Baileyville, Hammond, also areas that need to be aware of this storm. And again, the little bit of rotation that we're still seeing out there on the radar. I'm going to go check for any more updates, see if we have any confirmations or anything of that nature. Okay, so we're looking here. It looks like we're going to be seeing the severe thunderstorm warning extended. No word yet on the tornado warning. So the reason why this tornado warning has been allowed to go as long as it has, even though we're seeing very weak signatures of rotation, is just because if this is in the vicinity of that warm front that we've been talking about, again, that warm front is kind of lifting off to the north throughout the morning here. If it's in that same region, the problem is we could see it kind of tap into that energy along the warm front and continue to start that spin-up process again. So that's why the tornado warning has been allowed to continue. But you see now a severe thunderstorm warning now extended past this storm. So this is what we call a downstream warning. So no tornado warning extension past Bremond, but we have seen the severe thunderstorm warning extended past Bremond into parts of Limestone County and down into Robertson County as well. This includes Franklin, includes Ridge, Thornton in the path of this storm. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for 1-inch hail potential within this storm. Looking here, this is in effect until 12:30, and again, it's moving about 30 miles per hour. So the storm's slowing down just a little bit. There were times where it was upwards of 40 or 45 miles per hour, but now 30 miles per hour, moving off to the east-northeast. Again, 60-mile-an-hour winds, potentially as large as half-dollar-sized hail. So we're talking 1.25 inches at that point, potentially within this storm. As far as the rotation goes, though, again, it's broad, it's there, but it's kind of broad. We're just making sure that this doesn't kind of intensify once again and kind of tighten up a little bit. Once we see this tornado warning kind of come to an end, though, what we'll do is we will go back to programming on TV and keep this going on digital. But for now, as long as the tornado warning is in place, we're going to go ahead and keep this going here for about another 8 minutes. It looks like if everything kind of stays the way it is now, we will see this tornado warning allowed to expire on time. So that would be obviously great news. Again, very broad rotational signals here. And if we're going to see rotation anywhere, it's in that same zone. It's kind of right along the Brazos River, or close to it there, where it forms the border between Milam and Falls, and of course or Milam and Robertson. Of course, you have Falls just off to the north there. And again, moving off to the east-northeast, only about 30 miles per hour at this point. So it has slowed down, certainly. And again, as far as the hail goes, and still seeing that 1 to 1.25 inches hail in the core of this storm. Again, right along the Brazos River right now. Again, Milam, obviously Falls and Robertson, that sort of tri-county area right there, that's where the largest hail is going to be falling. And again, our radar is indicating as high as half-dollar size, so 1.25 inches in diameter. A 1.1 there. And again, there you see that 1.2, so about 1.25 inches there potential within the core of that storm as well. So it's not just the tornadic rotation, it's also very large hail falling out of this storm as well. It does show on radar some signs that it's trying to weaken just a little bit, but again, we're still seeing that very large hail. We're still seeing just a little bit of that rotation, and again, worth keeping an eye on for just a couple of more minutes here until we get to 11:45 and see if that warning is allowed to expire. But again, tornado warning in effect for another 7 minutes or so for Falls and Milam County. Yes. Certainly. It sounds like we got Juliana Juliana Jackson, of course, our own Juliana Jackson, out on Highway 53 heading towards Bremond. Hey, Juliana, what are you seeing right now?
Hey Matt, yeah, me and Rocky, we were out here on the road. We are on 53. We are headed towards Bremond to kind of see what activity we're seeing. Obviously we're seeing this heavy rainfall coming down, but especially seeing still water on the side of the road. That's mainly what we're seeing out here. You know, you have this flat ground and we have the water coming up. We've even seen some water going up to some homes in our area. But right now, traffic's not too busy in the area, obviously.
That's good.
If you are in the Bremond area, you want to stay indoors and stay in your safe area.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, as this tornado warning does continue. As far as, have you seen a lot, have you experienced any hydroplaning out there? Have you seen anybody else experience any issues with keeping contact with the ground?
As you can see, I think maybe in the camera, you can see the rain on the side of the road. It is starting to seep over into the main highways, like I said earlier. Yeah. But yeah, right now there's no cars out on the road.
Oh, good. All right, so that's what we're looking at on Highway 53. Again, that tornado warning continues to move off towards Bremond. If we can pull the radar up one more time, so we can take a look here and see what's going on. So again, that tornado warning still in effect. The storm almost to Bremond, the core of the storm almost to Bremond. So if you're in Bremond, like you heard Juliana say, make sure you're still in that safe space at this time as the storm continues to approach from the west. What's up? Okay, so again, tornado warning still in effect here for about another 5 minutes. We haven't seen it extended past Bremond at this point. That's usually a good indication that we are seeing that rotation weaken. It's been hard to find that rotation on our velocity scans simply because it's likely weakened a little bit, and so that is, again, what we want to continue to see. We want to continue to see that trend. The hail core, unfortunately, has not weakened at all. We're still seeing that move right along the county lines there, and that is still up to an inch and a quarter, so potentially $half sized hail. And again, I'm still looking inside here, and it's still very difficult to find any rotational signatures within this storm. But we continue to look just in case. So that's Colleen. Let's look again from our Houston radar here real quick. Go ahead and change that source. Again, still a fairly messy image here that we're dealing with. So again, potentially broad rotation, not necessarily seeing that tight rotation at the surface, which again is good news. We don't want to see that. My concern though is that we're not seeing it, and my concern would be is if we're not seeing it on those scans and it is there and I can't give you that exact location. So again, a little bit messy there, and again, potentially showing us that rotation is weakening, which is what we want to see. But the severe thunderstorm warning was extended past into parts of Limestone County and most of Robertson County. So the storm does continue to produce very large hail, even if there's no tornadic activity with it. That hail, again, very damaging as it falls out of the sky, potentially up to $half size. So that's inch and a quarter in diameter. As far as the warning itself, again, it's set to expire in 3 minutes. We're seeing, again, signs of some weakening here, which would be great news for us as we approach the 11:45 mark. Let's see, go ahead and check this here. Again, it's still set to expire at 11:45. Again, rotation fairly weak, at least according to our scans. I'm going to go double check one more time to see what everybody else is seeing as well. Okay, so the tornado warning is set to allow to be expired. So with that being said, we could see another one issued, as there is potential as we look back towards, let's look back towards Williamson County real quick. And the reason I want to do that is there could be a new area of potential rotation developing within these storms as well. And again, this would be near and around Granger that we're looking at potentially for some new developments of rotation. But as far as the storm that we've been tracking for the last little while, here we go. There, now we're getting a little bit better image here, closer to the radar, obviously. And so again, perhaps in this general region, that's where we're looking for the potential of some new rotation now in a different storm. But the storm that we've been tracking as it moves into Robertson County, that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire on time here, it looks like. And so what we're going to do is we're going to continue to track storms here throughout the rest of the morning. But as far as our television audience, with that particular tornado threat having come to an end effectively, I think we're going to send our TV audience back to programming, but we'll stay with you on 6 Plus through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon as these storms continue to move across. So for our TV audience, again, thanks for joining us. And again, I think the tornado threat is coming to an end with this particular storm, but we'll let you know. We'll jump back in if we see any new developments across the area. For now, though, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell. Back to your programming. All right, we're still with you on 6 Plus. Okay, there you just saw the tornado warning drop off of that storm. So again, the rotation weakened, and so if you were following along there for the last several minutes, we were trying to utilize every tool in our toolbox to find that area of rotation. It was just a little bit difficult. I think it's likely because it was such a weak rotational signature. That's why we couldn't pick it out with our radar tools. But also, again, once these storms get into this sort of area, I mean, they're pretty good distance away from most of our radars, so you're dealing with maybe not necessarily the ideal situation to kind of try and pick the rotation out of these storms. So that's another thing that we're dealing with. There at the end of that, you heard me say that we were looking back towards the Granger area because the National Weather Service picking out some new potential signs of rotation in that area as well. And this is very close to the radar, so again, a little bit more difficult when you're that close. So there's kind of a peak zone you want to be in when you're dealing with these radars. But again, in and around Granger, again, we could be dealing with a little bit of rotation developing in that area as well. And in fact, a new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued there. You just saw it come onto your screen just now for Milam County. And this includes all of Milam County. And this is going to be in effect until 12:45. So for the next hour, this storm moving off to the northeast about 35 miles per hour could include 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts and up to quarter-sized hail. So the same kind of threats we've been dealing with all morning, that quarter-sized hail, those 65-mile-an-hour winds. 65-mile-an-hour winds, that is very strong, can definitely blow a car around, can definitely move furniture around off your patio as well. So just make sure that you are prepared for these winds as they start to approach your area. And as this storm continues to move off to the northeast, let's give it a good track. Again, it's moving at about 35 miles per hour. So we want to get the strongest part of the storm off to the northeast. Again, Rogers 11:52, Thorndale 12:05, Pettibone by about 12:07, Cameron 12:18, 12:28, Rockdale 12:41, Milano 12:50, Calvert, Hearn by 1:03, and then Franklin by 1:10. So that's where the storm is heading as it continues to move off to the northeast. And then again, if you look back to the southwest, we're seeing a new line start to develop off to that in that region of the hill country there, and that's all kind of moving east, northeast as well. All of this part of that kind of main line we've been tracking throughout the morning. As we get that to come through, we start to see some of these risks come to an end a little bit. So again, once we get this push through, that'll be good news for many of us. You can see in Killeen, already on the backside of that. You can see Temple. We're still hearing that heavy rain falling in Temple and Belton, but again, that's starting to move off to the east as well. So we'll continue to watch that over the next couple of hours here as that main line sort of pushes through the area, because that will somewhat bring an end to many of our risks. So obviously good news waiting on the backside. We'll just have to watch for more redevelopment out in the hill country and along that warm front through the rest of the afternoon. But we'll let this run for just a second. Going to step off for just a minute to take a look at some of the updates. All right, thanks for staying with us on our 6 Plus live stream today. Of course, KCENTV.com as well, and our KCEN mobile app. So we're watching this storm as it moves into Milam County. This is the one that has that brand new severe thunderstorm warning on it. This storm moving across the county line with some very strong winds here, potentially some broad rotation. Here you see some of those greens and reds coming together again. This is a much cleaner radar image. This is what we're kind of looking for, and we're looking at those storms a little bit earlier. This is exactly what we want to see. This is much easier to read here. So as you see, some very strong winds, maybe some broad rotation within this storm. You can see up here just a little bit of a maybe some intermixing of those reds and greens, but as far as what we're seeing here, some very strong winds, at least straight line winds out of this storm. Down near Thorndale, we're seeing winds up to about 57, 60 miles per hour. Up near Sharp, 60 to 62. So that's kind of along north of San Gabriel. We're looking at kind of County Road 1331 in that area. That's where we're seeing some very strong winds. Again, those continue to move off to the east right now. As far as the rest of the storms go, again, we want to take a look back at our storm that we were watching earlier, currently moving right over Bremond, and as it does so, potentially here dropping some very large hail over the town of Bremond. So we change this to our hail scanner. You can see 1-inch hail there right along 6, coming down towards 14. So again, potentially just to the east of town right now, 1.3 to 1.5. So we're talking $half to ping pong ball sized hail in this storm. So if you're in Bremond, again, make sure you're staying indoors. Already seeing some of that smaller hail move over. So as this core moves over, again, potentially as large as ping pong ball sized hail, more likely $quarter to $half sized hail within that storm. So very large, can be damaging. Just make sure that you are indoors if you are in Bremond right now. Even if you're up towards the Cossie area, down towards Calvert. Again, we're seeing storms, a line of storms basically move across the area right now. Going to get some clearing, going to get a break here, especially along the I-35 corridor over the next hour or so here. Might see some more redevelopment, especially as we're seeing storms start to develop out to our southwest. But once we get this pushed through, we're going to get a little bit of a break. And again, there's a lot of folks out there right now that likely need that break. You can see Marlin in Falls County there now circled by a flash flood warning. Bell County on a flash flood warning. Flash flood warning in effect also for Williamson County as lots of rain continues to fall across the area. We've been seeing signals of rotation, weak rotation, no confirmed tornadoes out there this morning, but a couple of warnings issued here as we've seen some rotation in some of these storms. Primarily though, very large hail been a concern throughout the morning with these storms. Take a look here at the storm moving from Williamson now into Milam County, and you're going to see here that there is some very large hail in this storm, again up to about 1 inch in diameter. So 1-inch hail possible there. We're talking 1 to 1.5 inch hail possible in the storm moving over Bremond. Again, all of these cores developing, and we still have a fair amount of instability to work with. So we're going to continue to keep that severe weather threat up as these storms continue to pass across the area. For now, though, going to step off for just a couple of minutes, let this run here. You can see those storms moving into Milam County right now, again, bringing that wind and hail threat. Hey, Nancy, you back there? Okay, we need to go back on the TV again. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right, Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell still here with you on this Tuesday morning, continuing to track storms across central Texas. We're dealing right now with a new tornado warning. This storm heading towards Cameron right now. We're looking at an area of tight rotation. Again, right in this general vicinity, it's right around County Road 212 and County Road 470, and all this is moving off to the east-northeast. So it's tracking in the general direction of Cameron as well. And again, so as we zoom in, we're going to look for those county roads that we just talked about. It's 212 and 470. So again, it should be right in this there's 212 and there's 470. So again, we're looking right in this general spot right here, just kind of to the northeast of Tracy, southwest of Cameron, but this storm is moving northeast. So if you're in the Cameron area, potential to impact you here over the next several minutes as well. So zooming back out here, we're going to show you again Milam County. This is where we are right now. And again, this storm showing some tight rotation in this general vicinity. Again, 212 and 470. It's where you see this little notch, this little hook that you're seeing right here just to the southwest of Cameron. And so we're going to put a track on this real quick because obviously moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour, lots of folks could be impacted here, especially if it tracks towards Cameron. Again, this is in effect until 12:45. So tornado warning until 12:45 for Milam County here. So let's go ahead and track this at 40 miles per hour. So again, moving northeast at about 40. And as we put our track on it, and we're looking at this space right here, it's right in the vicinity again of County Road 212 and County Road 470. So as we kind of track this out, we're looking at Cameron 1218. The Ben Milam School there by about, we're looking at 1219, 1230 there for Maysfield, the Maysfield School 1231, Branchville 1236, Marvin 1243, 1248, Calvert, and then on towards Hearn and Elliott by 1251, 1255. So this is a tornado warning storm that is showing a fairly pronounced little area of rotation right here in this general region. It's where you see this little hook, this little claw, whatever you want to call that there. That is what we're looking at right now on the radar in terms of potentially there being some rotation, potentially tornadic rotation within this storm. So again, the last check we saw was right around County Road 212 and 470. From there, it is moving off to the northeast, so we're going to find that region again on our map. So here we are, 470, 212. So this is where we kind of noticed it just a little while ago here, kind of in rural Milam County there, just to the northeast of Tracy, and it's moving northeast, so it's kind of moving off that direction. So likely moving on towards, let's move that around, potentially County Road 219, County Road 230 there, likely north of Minerva, potentially crossing coming very close to Highway 77 there, where it meets up with 190 there, just to the northeast of Minerva. So this is a little bit more well-defined than what we were seeing earlier with the earlier Milam County storm and the Falls County storm. This one a little more put together, a little bit easier to find what we're looking for on these radar scans. Again, looking at our velocity, we do want to see again where that potential area of rotation is right now. And as we kind of switch this back here, okay, so again, we're looking just generally in this region right in here. So again, moving off to the northeast. So this was around 212, 470, moving off towards 230, 228. Those county roads kind of in the path of this storm. 190 definitely in the path of the storm where it comes out of Cameron, potentially into Cameron as well. As we put this back in motion, you're going to see it is moving off to the northeast right now. I don't want this to run for the last hour. I just want it to run the last 15 minutes here. Again, so you kind of see it right here in this little zone right here where we see, again, those reds and greens. So again, moving fairly quickly at about 40 miles per hour. Again, just potentially to the north of 77, but could impact 190 here in just the next several minutes to the next half hour. So that area of rotation that we're spotting in this storm, again, moving off towards 190, moving towards Cameron. So if you're in Cameron, you definitely need to be in that safe space. If you're in any of these areas right here, County Road 228, County Road 230, County Road 212, 470, 70, all those areas right in here. And again, we're going to go ahead and turn off those wind particles because they are just in the way at this point. Not doing anything for us. All right, so there we go. So this is where we're looking. Again, County Road 219, County Road 218, those areas, that's where we're looking at potential rotation within this storm as it continues to move off to the northeast right now. So that's what we're dealing with. Again, I want to put another track on it just to keep everybody updated. Again, moving about 40 miles per hour. Off towards Maysfield, Branchville. Again, Cameron, this could clip right through Cameron, so again, make sure that you're still in your safe space there. But anywhere on this list, whether it's Maysfield, Branchville, any of those areas, definitely want to be in that safe zone of your house. So again, interior, first floor, obviously away from any windows, as many walls between you and the outside world as possible as this storm continues to move off to the northeast. Let's go ahead and change it back to our reflectivity so we can kind of get an idea of a couple other things. The other thing I want to look at too is what's happening with the hail inside of this storm. And again, the hail core well back to the southwest here. So again, not necessarily near that area of rotation we've been looking at, but it is dropping very large hail in the San Gabriel, the Thorndale area right now as well. So again, tornadic rotation potentially here, as well as very large hail, and again, strong winds. Even if there's no tornado, we're still dealing with strong straight line winds as well. So again, important that you're indoors right now, important that you're off the road right now as well, as this storm continues to move through Milam County here. Going back to our reflectivity here, again, you can see that area between San Gabriel and Thorndale where that potential hail core is. And then again, that potential rotation still kind of moving northeast towards 190, towards Cameron right now. And again, as we take a look back inside of it, again, not seeing that same signature I was seeing before, but even if there's no rotation within the storm, take a look here with these wind speeds. We're talking potentially 50 to 60, maybe 65 miles per hour here along the leading edge of this particular area of activity. I'm going to step off real quick just to check and see if there's been any updates, if we have anything spotted, anything confirmed, as we continue to look. Okay. Let's see, looking at Buckholt, south of Cameron, along 219. Yeah, so area of rotation should move south of Cameron like we just talked about, but on track for that 77-190 split. A second intense storm located north of Thorndale, that's the one with the 1.5 inch, potentially 1.25 inch hail. That's the one we just looked at as well. So no updates in terms of whether there is anything spotted or not. However, again, we are still seeing those potential signs of rotation. Obviously very strong winds within the storm as well as it continues to move towards Cameron. Again, the area that we're concerned with looks like it will stay south of Cameron, but we'll be going more for that 190-77 split there as it continues to move off to the northeast. Again, moving about 40 miles per hour. So you can see right now, everything moving relatively quickly. It's made it from where we initially spotted it there about 10 minutes ago, almost all the way now to 190. So moving pretty quickly. And again, as we look through with our velocity tool here, just kind of making sure that we're looking at everything and we can kind of try and spot what we need to be spotting here. And so, yeah, there you go. So this, again, the area we're looking at, again, this is not as clean an image as the one we had before, but again, you can see, again, that area of rotation moving in this general vicinity of Cameron. If you're in Cameron, definitely need to be in that safe space. Minerva in your safe space. Obviously, we should not be traveling around Highway 190, Highway 77 at this time as the storm continues to move towards that area. So area of rotation potentially within this storm, again, moving northeast towards the 190-77 split in Milam County. And then back behind that, we are dealing with a very strong hail core within this storm back here, moving towards and just potentially past San Gabriel, towards Thorndale. And that area, not necessarily looking at the rotation, but we're looking at very large hail within the core of this storm. You can see near Detmold, just to the east of Detmold, potentially 1.5 inch hail. So again, ping pong ball sized hail possible within this part of the storm as well. So there is a lot going on right now in Milam County. Milam County, kind of the hotbed for activity as it is right now, with that tornado warning and again the severe thunderstorm warning that also accompanies it because of that large hail and that very strong straight line wind threat that we're seeing right now. All right, do want to check again our area of rotation again. Also a little bit of hail potentially moving into the Cameron Minerva area, but that is much, much smaller than what we're seeing back behind it. And as we go back to our velocity scans here, again, this is that area that we're looking at right here. Again, if we were seeing any sort of rotation, it's going to be just to the south of Cameron. It's going to be moving over Highway 77, Highway 190 right now. And again, even if there's no tornado, even if there's no rotating wind here, the straight line wind's also very strong. Take a look here in this core. We're seeing upwards of 70 to 75 miles per hour potentially within this storm. So very strong winds, potentially some tornadic rotation as well within the core of this storm. So we continue to track this storm as it moves again towards the 190-77 split there in Milam County. So again, a very powerful storm at this point. And again, moving off towards Hearn as well. Eventually, as it moves across 190 and 77, it's going to continue on through the rest of Milam County towards Robertson County. So that could take it off towards Hearn as well. So worth keeping on the storm for a little while as it continues to move across parts of central Texas and eventually into the Brazos Valley as well. So just to reset very quickly, this is our current setup. A lot of the line has moved out of Bell County, it's moved out of Williamson County, it's moved mostly out of McLennan County. A lot of that rain has come to an end for the time being at least, but again, very strong storms still possible across some of our southern communities, including Milam County, where we do currently see that tornado warning. Do you want to take another look here? As we continue to look at this storm, there is that area there of at least very strong winds, if not. There we go, that's what I was looking for. All right, so again, if we're seeing an area of rotation, it's just to the south of Cameron, really, again, right along that 190-77 split right there. So again, that's the area that we're looking at. You can kind of see where it tries to kind of come together there, a little bit of that claw, hook, whatever you want to call it. That's for the area where we'd be looking for any rotation. So kind of moving across 77 and 190 right now, just south of Cameron, north of Hoyt. And again, back behind all of this, we do have that very large hail core moving through other parts of Milam County as well. Strong winds all along this storm. And again, you're seeing from here all the way back towards Cameron, all these winds about 50 to 60, potentially as high as 70, 75 miles per hour we just saw there with the core in that area of rotation that we're looking at. So again, very powerful winds, very large hail. Let's move over to our hail product real quick. And you can see there along 79 moving towards Rockdale, this hail core again. It's kind of pulsed up and pulsed down, but again, still right around 1.5 inch hail. That would be ping pong ball sized hail, more likely quarter to half dollar sized, but still very large, very damaging as it falls out of the sky. So again, if you're in Milam County right now, basically, you need to be indoors, and that's all there is to it. And if you're anywhere around Cameron to, say, Hoyt, to Maysfield, to Hanover, and then off towards the Brazos River there, Branchville, Jones Prairie, you need to be definitely in your safe space at this time because this storm is showing those signs of rotation as it continues to move across parts of Milam County there, right near 77 and 190. Going to take another look at the chat real quick, so I'm going to step off the screen for 2 seconds. And again, all right, so they're looking, effectively at the same thing that I'm looking at here, just southeast of Cameron. Storm continues moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So this storm is moving fairly quickly, so it's not going to be over any one area for terribly long. But again, if you are in the Cameron area, just south of Cameron, that's where it is currently. But if you're in, say, Maysfield, Branchville, Jones Prairie, this storm is moving your direction, so definitely want to start preparing for that. Make sure you're in your safe space. Again, just to recap one more time, your safe space, when we talk about that, it's the bottom floor of your house. It is away from any windows. It's as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Some areas of Central Texas, we do have a few areas with basements, not many of them, but obviously we have also independent resellers of tornado shelters. If you have one of those, obviously that's the place you want to be. But for the most part, most of us here in Texas, bottom floor of your house, interior room, no windows, and as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. So the area of circulation that we're still seeing has now moved over 77, over 190, now moving towards Maysfield. So if you're in Maysfield, again, this is the time that you need to be preparing for this storm to get there. Branchville, same story. It's on its way way next. Again, should stay in this general region. I don't know that that area of rotation will reach Jones Prairie, but if you're in Jones Prairie, also be prepared for this storm as it continues to move off to the northeast as well. But all those areas, this storm is heading your direction. It is showing those signs of rotation, so potentially tornadic situation here. Nothing confirmed. This is all radar indicated at this point. We do not have confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but we are watching at least an area of rotation within this storm that is of some concern. And again, right now, sort of just to the southeast of Maysfield. Again, moving towards Maysfield, moving towards Branchville at this time as well. Also, very heavy rain. So here's the deal. If there is a tornado within the storm, then it's going to be a situation where it's likely very difficult to see just because of how much rain is falling with this storm. So with that in mind, it's not a situation where you want to go out and try and spot this thing. It's a situation where you definitely just want to be inside in your safe space and making sure that you're sheltering until this passes. And again, Maysfield up next, then Branchville, and then after that it's on towards the Brazos River. Calvert, Hearn could then potentially be in the path of this storm as well. So with all those areas, let's go ahead and put a tracker on this to kind of get an idea of what time we sort of expect this to arrive. Let's find that area of rotation one more time. And again, it's right there just to the southwest of Maysfield. And as we put a track on that, okay, so Maysfield 1227, Branchville 1234, Marvin by about 1240, Calvert 1245, Seeger by 1247, 1252, it'll be into the Elliott area. So keep that in mind. If you're in any of those areas, be in your safe space. Make sure that you are sheltering as this storm continues to approach your area. Again, I don't want to lose track of where that area of rotation is, so we're going to keep that up. I do want to double check one thing real quick. Okay, so it sounds like we have confirmation of tornado. I'm just going to double check real quick as I have that pulled up. Let's see, FM 1600. Let's change to the Austin group here. Not Fort Worth. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah. So. Sheriff's office. Okay, so that came from the sheriff's office. Okay, good to know. So yeah, so again, this is right near Maysfield. And again, moving off to the northeast. So if you're in Maysfield, probably experiencing this right now, so you definitely need to be in that safe space. But if you're past Maysfield, if you're towards Branchville, towards the Brazos River, this storm will be on its way as well. So again, the sheriff's office there in Milam County reporting seeing this tornado on the ground. So that is a report from sheriff's office that there is a tornado associated with the storm, not just radar indicated at this point. So with that in mind, this will continue tracking off to the northeast if you are in the path of the storm. And let me put that path up there one more time, so that you can get an idea of if you are in the path of this storm. And I don't know what just happened. Why did it do that? Okay. All right, so again, let's put that track back on the storm. 40 miles per hour. Again, Maysfield, over the next few minutes, we're talking 1230. Potentially Branchville by 1235, Marvin 1241, and then again after that off towards Calvert, off towards Hearn as it crosses the Brazos River into Robertson County. Let me see, I'm going to try one thing. I'm going to see if we are getting any indication that there is any sort of debris field with this storm. I can do that real quick by switching this from velocity over to what we call a correlation coefficient. I don't see much there that would indicate a debris cloud of any sort. However, we can also get a little bit closer to the ground here. Yeah, I don't see anything there. We're going to continue on with the velocity because, again, that gives us the best idea of where that rotation is. So let me switch this over. We're going to switch back to our velocity mode here. I want this to stop showing up. That's what I want. There we go. All right, so again, double checking this. There you can see it pretty clearly there, again, south of Mayfield. Maysfield. And so again, continuing to track off to the northeast. So again, this is the area that we're watching right here very closely, as if we are seeing a tornado, which again, Sheriff's Office did report seeing a tornado, then that is where it would be. Again, southwest of Maysfield, but moving off to the northeast. So if you're in Maysfield, again, probably likely already dealing with a storm, definitely need to be in that safe space. Definitely need to be taking shelter. Lowest floor of your house, again, away from any windows, any sort of exterior walls. In fact, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can when we're in these situations. Trying to get back to, there we go. Again, just right here. Now just outside of Maysfield, again, moving towards Mayfield right now, potentially moving through Maysfield. So again, let me double check. I like to check this chat occasionally just to make sure that if we have any confirmations, any spotters out there, then we can definitely pass that information on to you. But yeah, 1224 near Maysfield, so that we knew that. Okay. So again, Maysville, definitely in the path of this storm, definitely still need to be sheltering. I know we said that a little while ago, but we need to make sure that we're maintaining kind of that vigilance and that shelter in place right now as this storm continues to move across the area. Again, only moving at about 40 miles per hour. It is moving, but at 40 miles per hour, it could take just several minutes to get past your location. So with that in mind, if you're sheltering, just make sure you maintain that for a few more minutes. You can see now that area of rotation potentially moving past Maysfield. So again, if you're in Maysfield, we're getting close, but we're not quite there yet. So make sure you're staying in that safe space. And also, looks like this tornado warning is going to be extended into Robertson County. So we'll continue to see this past the Brazos River here over the next little while. In fact, there is the warning as we speak. So again, just right around Maysfield, right just south of Maysfield right now. And again, you can see that warning has been extended. Now includes Hearn, includes Franklin, likely includes, yep, there's Calvert as well. So again, this storm continues to show those tight signs of rotation, now just to the northwest of Branchville, south of Jones Prairie, continuing to move off to the northeast, so towards Calvert. If you're in Calvert right now, you need to be aware of this storm and be in that safe space. Franklin, the same story. Again, a little bit further downstream in Franklin, but again, getting closer and closer by the minute, moving at about 40 miles per hour. So as we put another track on it, we're going to continue to watch this storm. Again, Marvin by about 12:37, Calvert by 12:42, Seeger by 12:44, Elliott 12:50, towards Franklin by 12:59. Now, here's the thing. It would have to hold together for another half hour to make it all the way to Franklin. We'll see if that happens or not. It's entirely possible. We've seen this hold together very tight over the last several minutes, and nothing to indicate that it wouldn't do the same over the next half hour or so. I want to put it in motion real quick so you can kind of see the direction this storm is moving. And again, moving off to the east-northeast right now. And you can see that area right there. This is a much, much cleaner image than what we got a little bit earlier out of that storm that was up in Falls County. But you can see right here that area of rotation just to the northwest of Branchville right now. So let's zoom in a little bit. Let's get you some more precise locations here. And the area that I'm looking at is going to be right over Maysfield, County Road 255 North, the 250 Loop, County Road 258, Backwoods Drive, or road there, County Road 255, and then moving towards County Road 259. So those are the areas of Maysfield, or just to the northeast of Maysfield I'm looking at. County Road 250, let's see, that's County Road 250A, County Road 258, County Road 254, County Road 249. That's the area that we'd be looking at if there's rotation within this storm. So again, if you're in that area, if you're in Branchville right now, again, the storm is just to your north, but again, it's just to the north of County Road 255. So if you're in Branchville, again, impacts from the storm are possible, so make sure that you are continuing to shelter as well. Jones Prairie, same story. I think you're going to be a little bit on the north side of things, but again, make sure that you are in that safe space as well. This storm impacting, again, eastern Milam County, about to move into Robertson County, including Calvert, Franklin, also in the path of this storm as it continues to move across the Brazos River here over the next probably 15 to 20 minutes. So that's kind of what we're watching right now. As far as the severe thunderstorm, as far as the tornado warning itself goes, we are looking at this until about 1:15. So this tornado warning in effect until 1:15. Again, still moving. Is it still moving at about 40 miles per hour? Let me double check. moving now northeast at 50 miles per hour, so that's even better news. And when I say better news, why I say that is because if it's moving at 50 instead of 40, any amount of seconds that the storm is not over you, obviously, is better. So again, if we get 10 more miles an hour out of the deal, that is good news because it won't be over any one place for quite as long. So that is what we're going on right now. And we have, again, this tornado warning in effect until 1:15. Again, Branchville, kind of on the southern end of it, but again, could be experiencing those impacts. So if you're in Branchville, make sure you're, again, taking that shelter. If you're in Maysfield, again, still should be in that shelter spot. At Jones Prairie shelter as well. Calvert, the storm is moving towards you next. Will likely be there in the next 15 to 20 minutes. In fact, I can give you a better idea of that as the storm is moving at 50 miles per hour. So yeah, Calvert 12:42, so a little under 15 minutes, about 11 minutes as a matter of fact, as I look at the time, 12:31. So by 12:42, we could see the storm getting all the way into Calvert. So if you're in Calvert, you got about 11 minutes here before the storm really starts to impact you as well. When I say impact you, I'm talking about the center of rotation. The storm itself, you could already be experiencing rain, strong winds in these areas, but again, our biggest concern right now does continue to be that area of rotation that is, again, just off to the east of Maysfield right now. Again, potentially impacting parts of Branchville and then moving off to the east over the Brazos River. All right, so switching back to, again, as I just talked about rainfall, I do want to switch back to reflectivity real fast just to give you an idea of how far the rain extends from the storm. Obviously, when we talk about velocity, all we're talking about is wind speed. This has nothing to do with rain. This is just kind of a derived idea of how fast the winds are blowing. We do this because red means away from the radar, green means towards the radar. So where we see those two colors come together, that's what we're looking for when we talk about rotation. That's kind of our signature that we look for. It's pretty telltale usually that there is some rotation, potentially a tornado within a storm. And again, now you can see that area that we were just watching now right over the Brazos River. So again, if you're in Calvert, the storm moving towards you, again, about 50 miles per hour, so we'll be there very soon as it crosses the Brazos River. Again, if you're in Calvert, you're probably starting to see the rain pick up. If you are in that area, the wind's likely also picking up, but that area of rotation is still a little bit further to the back. I just want to take a quick, wider look real quick just to show you that if you're in Bell County, McLennan County, about half of Falls County at this point, a little bit in the clear right now. We're seeing a lot of this activity now push across. That's good news. If it moves out a little bit earlier than we thought, even better news, but we could still see some redevelopment later on this afternoon. But again, the storm that we're currently tracking is this one right here moving over the Brazos River as we speak. And again, that's not what I wanted to do. We're going to go back to our velocity scans. We're going to go back to our wind scans because I want to see if we can pick out that area of rotation again, right over the Brazos River, basically. So again, crossing the Brazos River into Robertson County right now, it looks like. So again, that area right there, you can kind of see those reds up and the greens a little bit there. And as it gets further and further away, we want to kind of change some of our radar dynamics real quick. But you can see there, as I kind of change that a little bit, that continues to be the area that we're watching. I'm going to step off real quick and see if we have any more confirmed reports with this particular tornado. Okay. Again, so if you look at it, looks like they're kind of seeing that it has weakened a little bit. It does look like it's weakened a little bit on our end as well. So that is good news. Weakening potentially, if there was a tornado on the ground, potentially not necessarily still on the ground. That would be obviously good news, but we cannot make that call. So if again you're in the path of this storm, which again I'm looking at areas like Calvert and areas along the Brazos River, those are the areas where this storm is currently moving towards. So again, just a quick reset, tornado warning in effect until 1:15 for far eastern Milam County and a good chunk of Robertson County on this storm that is currently moving basically right along the Brazos River. We're looking here, looking at County Road 259, in Milam County there, County Road 255, and then it should move over into Robertson County here over the next several minutes as well, and be looking at, okay, we're not getting road labels on any of these roads, but if you're in Calvert, this storm definitely heading your direction. Again, let me turn off these winds so we can actually see what's going on here. Again, doesn't look as strong, but again, it's right there over the river. And again, that general area there. Let me take a look here. I want to see if they're looking at the same roads that I'm looking at. East of Brainsville, north of 263 and 485. So we're looking for 264 and 485. Okay, so there's 264, and again, I don't know how long ago that report was from, but again, it looks to me like we are talking about a situation where it's right over or right near the Brazos River right now. It has weakened a little bit, so that is good news, but this tornado warning does continue until 1:15. So again, still seeing that rotation. This is actually the second time today that we've seen rotation in the Milam Falls County area. We kind of knew that that would be the area, if we were going to see anything today, that's where it would be. But again, as we put this in motion, I want to show you something real quick. You can see that it is weakening. So the rotation was very tight there as it moved past Cameron towards Maysfield, and then you can see that it's just, you're not seeing those bright reds, you're not seeing those kind of greens wrapped in there anymore. Again, a little bit less of a good signature here that we're looking for. So that's good news. Could mean it's weakening. If there was a tornado on the ground, that could mean it has pulled up again. So that would all be good news. But again, we can't quite make that call. We are still seeing those rotational signatures within the storm. We're also still seeing hail within the storm. So again, we want to take a look at that. So we're going to go back to our reflectivity here. We're going to take a look back, see if we're still seeing those very large hailstones in parts of Milam County still. It doesn't really look like it as much anymore. Now, we're seeing more area covered by potential hail in Milam County, but at this point we're talking dime to nickel-sized hail, which is obviously significantly better than the 1.5 inch hail we were seeing before. So seeing things come down a little bit there. So obviously we've seen the rotation kind of weaken a little bit. We were seeing the hail cores weaken a little bit, so the storm as a whole could also be weakening across across Milam County. So that is all good news at this particular juncture. But again, this tornado warning is still in effect, so we're still going to keep an eye on it. Again, hail not necessarily as big of a concern as it was. Obviously, still, if it's falling at dime to nickel sized, it's not something you want to be outside and it's not something you want to be traveling in. But at least the good news there is that it looks like it's come down a little bit. Again, the rotational signatures also look like they've come down just a little bit as well. Looks like more at this point straight line winds for Marvin, straight line winds for Calvert. But again, if you're in Calvert, if you're in Marvin, you still want to be in that safe space. You don't want to take the chance that our radar is misinterpreting something here. So again, as long as the tornado warning is in place, if you're in Calvert, Marvin, if you're in Elliott, go ahead and make sure you're in that safe space. If you can hear the sirens, make sure you're going to your safe space as well. And again, those sirens at this point, they will run sirens for more than just tornado warnings, but in this case, it is a tornado warning. So if you hear that siren and you have our live stream going, definitely make sure you are in that safe space because this is a tornado warning still in effect until 1:15. I'm going to check for a couple more updates real quick. Okay. All right, sounds like Juliana Jackson and our photographer Rocky Bridges are in Cameron right now. So what are y'all seeing there?
We were just kind of in the thick of that thunderstorms you've been talking about. We actually had to pull over on and some hail, heavy wind, rain, especially heavy wind on the roads. So now we're kind of out of it, but now we're headed towards Cameron to see what's going on there. And we're still experiencing the rain and it's covering the roads right now. About 10 minutes ago, we did experience a little bit of hydroplaning. It pulled us over towards the left on the side of the road. Okay. So again, if you have to go out on the roads, please take precautions and be safe.
Exactly, because with everything we've been talking about today, there's also still a ton of rain falling across the area. You mentioned strong winds there, Juliana. So which direction did y'all come from? Were y'all coming down 77 towards Cameron?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay, so y'all were kind of on the north side of where that rotation was. So that, that again, even though we've been focusing on that area of rotation, obviously because that is our biggest concern. As Juliana just said, they're seeing very strong winds, even on the north side of the storm, heavy rain. And again, at this point, if you have to go out, if you see anything resembling a puddle on the road, I would turn around and go the other way, because we had a ton of rain, still even more rain potentially for Milam County as well. Did y'all see, Juliana, did y'all see anything resembling any of that rotation or anything like that up in the clouds? Did you see anything that kind of gave you the hint that you might have been seeing a funnel cloud or anything like that?
We kept our eyes out for it. We did not see any forming. It got really dark real quick. Waiting for those formations to start, but again, we were on the northeast side of this storm. I don't know if y'all just saw, but some emergency vehicles came by, so not sure if that's for damage or anything in the area right now.
Are y'all heading north on 77? Or are you heading south or north currently?
We are heading north towards.
Okay, so
485 to 77.
485 to 277.
Okay, so if y'all are heading north, then that emergency vehicle you just saw heading south may be heading towards, again, that area we've been talking about this whole time. So again, that's something worth keeping an eye on too. Again, Sheriff's Office did report a tornado in the vicinity of Maysfield a little bit earlier. So again, this is not just radar indicated. We actually had a spotter on this. So again, that's where those emergency vehicles could be heading. Again, I don't know that for a fact. That is speculation. But again, that is a situation where the Sheriff's Office did see a tornado. They did report it to the National Weather Service. So again, that's what we're looking at. But again, you see a lot of clearing as Juliana and Rocky are heading north. So they're kind of going to be heading kind of out of all this and then off the back side of these storms. So again, we're kind of seeing, again, this line of storms push through right now. And again, you can see for parts of Milam, most of Falls, all of Bell, all of McLennan County, starting to see that clearing. And once this line pushes through, the threat really does diminish greatly. So again, what we're seeing along this leading edge, this is where we're going to see the most severe weather. So right now, this tornado warning still in effect. Again, the last time we checked, we didn't see as good of a rotational signature, but I do want to double check again here as we take a look towards Calvert. Again, maybe just to the south of Calvert, not seeing much there, mainly strong winds. And now on our last scan, again, now I'm not seeing much of anything that indicates rotation, perhaps in this region right here, just south of Calvert. Again, let me double check, see if we have any more eyes on this in the National Weather Service chat. Okay, no eyes on it at this time in Robertson County. However, again, we continue to see this tornado warning in place until 1:15. So this storm still potentially packing a punch here with some potential rotation in the area of Calvert. So if you're in Calvert, if you're anywhere near the Highway 6, Highway 79 merge there just north of Hearn, again, that's a highly trafficked area. And I know for a lot of Texas A&M students, school ending this week for the most part, so it could be a heavily trafficked road today. I would say this, if you are leaving College Station, if you are in College Station right now and you have intention to leave College Station, I would wait. I would give it a few more hours here, let all this get past, because again, we know that 6 can get backed up. We know that 14 can get backed up. All these different things as people are leaving school, especially on these 1-2 lane rural, state highways. Again, they don't have great drainage. And if we're dealing with any amount of rotation here in the vicinity of Highway 6, that would obviously be less than ideal as well. And of course, we still do have some small hail falling behind. So again, if you are leaving A&M today and going home for the summer, then I would give it some time. We've got a few more hours. Definitely, hang out, give the dorm room one last good cleaning. Maybe have some one last lunch with your friends, maybe a dinner as well, as the Brazos Valley could be experiencing these storms a little bit longer. But right now is definitely not the ideal time to be leaving and traveling up Highway 6 as these storms come across right now. Again, near Calvert, near Hearn, rotation signatures fairly weak. But again, if we're seeing anything, it's crossing Highway 6 just down here around Calvert. Again, if you're in Calvert, if you're in Hearn, just make sure you're in your safe space. If you're in Franklin, make sure you're in your safe space as well. Again, about another half hour on this tornado warning that we continue to track through now Robertson County. Again, in effect until at last check 1:15. Double check again. Yep, still in effect until 1:15. Storm's moving at 50 miles per hour at last check. So this storm is moving very quickly. So again, the good news is it's not going to be over any one place for too terribly long, which is always ideal when you're talking about these dangerous, destructive storms. The longer they're over any good area, in any one area, the longer they're going to be able to do that damage. At this point, we are just working off of radar indicated rotation. Again, we had the sheriff's office report a tornado at one point near Maysfield, but now that it's in Robertson County, again, we do not have any confirmation. We are just going off of radar indicated rotation. And again, quarter-sized hail also possible within the storm. At last check, I didn't see anything that looked quarter-size on radar, but we can look again. Again, maybe up to nickel-sized hail within the storm potentially, but again, possible and has the capability and has the history of producing quarter-sized hail as well. So that is also worth keeping an eye on for sure. Again, let's try something real quick. Again, I'm not seeing much here, but let's change our radar site just in case. It is not, there we go. Take a look at the Houston radar. Again, so that's almost a little bit better of a picture there. Again, just to the south of Calvert right now. It's again where we see these reds and greens coming together, but it is not nearly as well defined as it was when it was back in Milam County. So that is absolutely, obviously, good news with this storm. We want it to weaken. We want it to continue to kind of fall apart a little bit, but we are still seeing those signs of rotation. So we're keeping this tornado warning in effect until 1:15. Until 1:15 is when this warning is set to expire. All right, let's see. Looking for updates. All right, so yeah, I always look for these updates for the National Weather Service because, again, we can see what we can see on radar, but with their tools as well, I always like to get that second set of eyes, and obviously we bounce ideas off each other. But it looks like they're seeing the same thing that we're seeing, and that is the weakening of this storm and the tornado threat kind of falling apart. Again, you can see some broad rotation, but the real tight couplet of rotation that we were seeing before, that has kind of dissipated from the storm. So there is a good chance we'll be able to let this tornado warning expire here in the next several minutes. So what we'll go ahead and do, we're about 4 minutes, Nancy, we're about 4 minutes out from our next cut in, right, for the 12:52, right? We're about 4 minutes out from our next cut-in, right? Okay, so what we'll do is oh, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to tell everybody we're going to stay right here because we're not going to send it back to programming and then come back 4 minutes later. So we're going to go ahead and keep on this storm, but just know the tornado threat with this storm is basically dissipated at this point. So we're continuing to watch it for strong winds, obviously the hail threat, and there is still a couple of signs of rotation, but it's broad rotation. We want to keep an eye on it just in case it ramps back up. But like I said, we have our next cut in here in about 3 minutes. So Nancy, was there some information you had for me? Okay, that's right. All right, so again, with that storm kind of looking a little bit weaker, we're going to take a look here at a wider look across central Texas because, again, once we get this line to come through the area, we're pretty much, our risks go way down. This is going to be the primary push of storms for the day. You can see right now 12:49, and we were looking at about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock for this to get through parts of the I-35 corridor. Still has to make it through the Brazos Valley, and you can see we've already had a couple of tornado warnings here, and so that does show you that potential is still there. And in fact, they have reissued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the southern half of Milam County there, likely for strong winds and large hail, not necessarily for any sort of tornadic rotation. So again, we're dealing with very strong storms across central Texas. This tornado warning is still in effect. It's in effect until 1:15, but as we've been looking, the rotation pretty broad. If anywhere that we're looking at would give us any sort of concern, it's going to be there near Calvert. But again, on that last scan, you can see falling apart even a little bit further. So storm continues to weaken. Great news for sure. But again, we're still continuing to watch storms behind this one that could continue to cause problems as we get through the rest of the morning. Tornado threat obviously is first and foremost when we get into these situations, but the other threat that we definitely need to talk about here is the rain that has fallen with all these storms. So the good news is we've seen most of the rain kind of move out of Falls County, Bell County, and Williamson County, but you see these flash flood warnings still in effect. A lot of rain falling over Bell County today, over Falls County, and especially over Williamson County. So anywhere that we have low water crossings, I know Whitney sent us a little bit of video of some of the low water bridges there in Salado. Definitely not an ideal situation to be driving in, and I always say if you see standing water of any sort, it doesn't matter how deep it looks or how deep it is, you can never tell, and it only takes 6 inches to move a car. So in these conditions, we always say just find an alternate route. Don't try to drive through any sort of flooded roadways. Don't try to go around any barricades, any police cars that are blocking roads, anything like that. Just make sure you are staying on those alternate routes. So that is what we've got going on right now. I'm going to talk to our control room again. Hey, Nancy, if you could just kind of let me know when our cut-in starts, and then count me down from 5 minutes from there, and then we'll send TV back to programming after that. I can go to 1 o'clock. Okay. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, so we're going to go straight through till 1 o'clock because this tornado warning is still in effect till 1:15. I think for the most part the tornado threat has diminished out of this storm. We're keeping an eye on it just in case we see any sort of redevelopment. But we'll stay with you here for the next several minutes, and this will also give us an opportunity to actually go through our forecast for the day as well, which we have not been able to do as we've seen multiple tornado warnings come across central Texas today. So we're going to start off with a quick wide view here of everything that's going on. All of this activity moving from west to east generally. All of our storm motions have had a little bit of that northeasterly component, but for the most part, this whole system moving from west to east across central Texas. You can see it's impacting parts of the DFW Metroplex all the way down to San Antonio, where they're seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Again, you notice the storms themselves are moving northeast, but everything is moving off to the east. So we'll move through central Texas here, and theoretically, we could see this main push of storms move through central Texas in the next couple of hours. So we could be out of the clear of this particular batch by about 3 o'clock. Behind that, we're not going to see a whole lot of development. Could keep a chance for some showers and thunderstorms in the forecast through the end of the day, but ultimately, once this main push gets through, we're seeing everything kind of wind down after that. So that's good news. One, because obviously of the severe weather threat that we've been dealing with all day long, and two, because we need a break from the rain. I know that sounds so weird to say. We still need more rain. Obviously, we're still in drought conditions. However, you can't get it all at once. It's just going to lead to flooding problems. The water runs off. It doesn't soak into the soil. It doesn't do us any good if we see all of 5 or 6 inches in one day. What we need is a couple of inches here, get a break, a couple more inches. So we're going to see everything start to move off, and we'll get that break, get that rain a chance to kind of start soaking in. As far as the main concern that we've had over the last, say, hour or so, it's been this storm that moved up from Williamson County into Milam County. At one point, Sheriff's Office reporting that there was a tornado on the ground with this one. But as far as what we're seeing right now, that rotation falling apart a little bit, broad rotation, they're right around the Calvert, Hearn area, around Highway 6, but really nothing like what we were seeing before. It is loosened, it is weakened, it is broadened out. And so the tornado threat there is not necessarily there right now. However, what we are seeing, again, are some strong straight line winds with this storm. So if you're in the Hearn area, the Bald Prairie area, we could be talking winds of 45 to 55 miles per hour blowing out of this storm. So again, strong winds still possible, even if that tornado threat is weakening. We are still dealing with damaging winds, especially if you have any sort of patio furniture, if you're out driving. Obviously, we've been telling people all morning to maybe delay travel a little bit, because again, these winds can definitely blow you off the road a little bit. I do want to point this out is we have not seen the tornado warning extended, but we have seen a new severe thunderstorm warning issued until 1:45, and this includes Freestone, Leon, Limestone, Robertson counties. So basically the entire leading edge of storms here, with the potential for some very gusty winds, upwards of 60 miles per hour at times, and then potentially they're seeing quarter-sized hail as well. So here's our velocity scanner. You can see some of those areas of those stronger winds that we're dealing with, but also I want to take a look at the hail within this storm as well. And again, primarily right now, the main hail core we're dealing with is back towards Rockdale, but you can see some hail falling from Thornton to Ridge as well. This is going to be more of that nickel-sized hail, but again, back towards Rockdale, potentially 1-inch hail falling in that part of the storm as well. So a couple of different hail cores still with this storm. Wind along the leading edge, 50 to 65 miles per hour. So again, still very strong. Even if there's just the one isolated tornado threat, still plenty of wind, plenty of hail to deal with, and lots of rain as well. So as you look up towards Groesbeck, Thornton, we don't see a flash flood warning issued for this area of Limestone County or Freestone County or really Leon or Robertson either. But in this zone, again, we're seeing lots of heavy rain falling, and as this storm continues to push across, issues with flooding could become a concern, especially along the Navasota River there, as it flows out of Groesbeck and down towards where it creates the border there between Robertson and Leon counties. So that is an issue as well. Putting this in motion, everything's moving fairly quickly at about 30 miles per hour across the area, so it continues to push off at a decent clip here. So that's good news, because if it was moving any slower, we would be dealing with even more concerning flooding situations. So as it stands right now, flooding, yes, is an issue, but with it moving, at least that lessens the threat just a little bit. But again, leading edge of the storm, strong winds, large hail, the one isolated tornado threat. Again, I haven't seen much from this storm recently that would give me pause when it comes to tightening up with that rotation. Still looks pretty broad across again, Calvert, Hearn, Franklin, those areas. Let me switch to a different radar here. Okay, so if we're going to be seeing anything right now, it's going to be probably right along Highway 79 towards Franklin. That would be the area that would be showing up as potential area of rotation. Let me double check here real quick and see if we're seeing anything from that area as well. All right, in the last 5 minutes, yeah, little notch between Franklin and Hearn. So they're seeing the same thing I'm seeing. As we switched from the Houston to the Killeen radar, again, you can see, again, with a little bit of a notch here just in our velocity scan. So that would indicate if there is rotation, that's likely where it is. Again, we have about 18 minutes left on this tornado warning, likely to be allowed to expire here as we approach that time period. Again, a little bit there. It's not screaming at me that there's likely a tornado coming out of the storm, but it is possible that if you're in that area that we are seeing that rotation, if you're in Franklin, just make sure that you are hunkering down in that safe space. Again, the lowest level of your house, away from any windows, and again, in the interior of the house. And as we put a track on this, again, still moving at about 50 miles per hour. We're looking at Franklin, the high school there by about 12:58. Same story with the middle school. Reynolds Elementary School by about 1 o'clock. Franklin, the city proper there by about 1 as well. 1:09, we're looking at Easterly Ridge by 1:15 and the Marquette by 1:23. So again, if it holds together that long, we'll be looking at Ridge and Marquette being kind of next in line on this storm. But for right now, the concern is with Franklin. So if you're in Franklin right now, we need to be in those safe spaces. Obviously, the high school, the middle school, they have their procedures. But if you're in your home, again, you want to be in the interior of your house on the lowest floor that you have. If that's a basement, that's ideal. For most of us, that is not an option. So again, lowest level of your house, interior room, away from any windows, and again, with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Our forecast looks like this. Again, so once we get this initial push out of here, we're looking at about 1 o'clock right now. You're going to notice that behind this line of storms, there's really not a whole lot of activity that's going to develop behind them. So that's good news. And by the time we get to about 4 o'clock, we get these storms over towards the I-45 corridor. We're having them out of here by 5 or 6 o'clock. So by the time we're done with 6 News at 5 and 6 News at 6, we're done with the storms at that point for most of central Texas. Maybe a lingering shower or two down for the Brazos Valley, but most of us are starting to clear out at that point. And as we head into the evening, a pretty decent Tuesday evening ahead for you as well. We do have the watches and warnings still, though. The severe thunderstorm watch still in effect for our northeastern counties. That tornado watch still in effect until 4 o'clock for most of central Texas, though. We will likely, though, start to see some of these counties get shaved off this watch as we go through the rest of the afternoon, though, as that threat continues to pass off to the east. Again, take one more look at your radar again, where that area of circulation is. Again, just right around, at last check, right around Franklin, but again, looking like it's a little less well-defined than it was before. And again, this tornado warning does expire here in about 15 minutes. Let's take one more look, kind of a wide look at the area. And again, this storm complex moving off to the east, clearing behind it. But we'll keep everything going on 6+ for now, though. If you're watching us on TV, we're going to go ahead and send you back to your regular programming. Yeah. All right, so if you're still with us on 6+, again, we are still tracking some very strong storms across central Texas. We actually now have a new area of rotation that has popped up on our radar and a new tornado warning that is in effect until 1:45 for Freestone and Limestone counties. So let's take a look inside this storm as well. And we'll kind of see what's happening within this storm. See what kind of rotation it's showing us. Actually fairly well defined there. So we're looking at this area just south of 164, east of Groesbeck, right along the Limestone-Freestone County line. If we're seeing rotation, that's where it's going to be. So right along Highway 164 is where that is looking like it's at. Let me switch here to... I'm going to switch our radar site from Killeen. This one might be a little bit closer to Fort Worth. Let me double check. I mean, they're both showing pretty decently, but 6 one way, half a dozen the other. I'm going to stick with the Williamson County radar. It's listed as Killeen, but it's Williamson County. Our radar is actually down in Granger. It does not look nearly as good now, though, so we're going to go right on back. So again, if we're seeing rotation within the storm in Limestone County, it's going to be right on the Limestone-Freestone County line, right in this region right here, right along 164, and again, right along the county line. So again, still dealing with this area, a second area now of rotation within these storms. Let's check on the one we were looking at before, and that's the one that is near Franklin. Again, we have a lot going on right now. Switch this back to Granger, and again, still seeing that notch there on radar here near Franklin, just to the east of Franklin. So if you're in that area, you still need to be in shelter. This is not the time to come out of your shelter in place at this time. Let me go ahead and double check a couple of things on the chat here. All right, so it looks like that rotation is between FM 46 and 2446. So we're looking at a couple of updates here. Okay, so yeah, so we're looking at circulation looks to cross the county line near 164 northwest of Doney. So that's where that is in Limestone County. So again, 2 areas right now of rotation within this storm that we're looking at. So the first one, again, down near Franklin. This area we've been tracking for the last hour or so. That tornado warning in effect until 1:15. We'll see how that is handled here as we head towards the next 10 minutes or so. And then as far as the northern storm, again, we're looking, again, northwest of Doney along 164. That's where it is expected to cross the county line, and expected to do so basically momentarily if it hasn't already. Again, right up near Freestone. That's where we're looking right now. You can see that area where those reds and greens kind of come together. And that is usually a telltale sign of what we're looking at. So let me switch this over. I think for this particular area of Central Texas, it's going to be more useful perhaps coming from our Fort Worth radar. Perhaps not. Let's go back. All right, and so as we continue to track that storm moving off to the northeast, so we're right around Personville. So we're right around the county line, right around Highway 164 right now. And so that's area of rotation number 1. Area of rotation number 2, of course, down near Franklin, as we've talked about a few times. And so those are the areas right now that we are dealing with in this storm that are showing those signs of rotation. So we're going to turn this whole thing over to our velocity. So we're not just using that little scope. We're going to... Yeah, we probably should. Okay. 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 All right, Central Texas, Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell still here with you on this Tuesday morning, coming back to you on television here because we do have 2 separate tornado warnings still in effect right now. We have our original tornado warning we were tracking through Robertson County. We also have a second tornado warning now crossing Limestone into Freestone County right now. This is right around Highway 164. We're going to zoom in on that area first. We have 2 separate storms that we have to talk about. Again, this tornado warning in effect until 1:45. Until 1:45 for this particular storm, crossing over again from Limestone into Freestone County. This storm moving northeast at about 45. So as we put a track on it, again, where we're looking in terms of if we're seeing rotation, it's going to be right here in this area, again, just to the northeast of Purcellville, just over the county line near Highway 164. And as we put a tracker on it at 45 miles per hour, we're going to figure out who's in the path of the storm and what time those storms should arrive. So again, at 45 miles per hour, we're going to zoom out just a little bit, and we're going to put this track on here. Again, that's the area I'm looking at right there. Again, we'll be looking at Dew by about 119, Langley by about 125, Turlington by about 130, Red Lake by about 135, and then into Tennessee Colony by about 150. So those are the areas that are in the path of this particular storm. Again, rotation being picked up right here on our radar, right around the county line, right around Highway 164. If I zoom in, I'll give you some more exact street locations within this storm. Looks like right now fairly not necessarily heavily populated area, not seeing a lot of streets popping up on our system. You can see in Limestone County plenty of activity. But again, for this area, again, moving off towards Dew, just to the north of Freestone right now, moving at about 45 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated rotation here. Last check, we did not have a confirmation. We can double check again. At this point, it is still for, again, radar indicated rotation. We're not seeing anything that would indicate anything on the ground. We're not seeing any reports, but again, that radar indicated rotation is still there with this storm, moving again across the county line into Freestone. So that is storm number 1. Storm number 2 still continues to be the one we were tracking earlier. You can see this storm, the tornado warning has not been extended. We're still seeing a little bit of a rotational signature there. Again, this is going to be now an eastern Robertson County, south of Easterly. Again, we're looking in this area, kind of right in this range, south of 79. Again, moving off to the northeast. This one, last check, was moving at about 50 miles per hour. We can double check and see what the latest is on that. And it looks like it is moving at 45, so it's slowed down just a little bit as well. So let's kind of take this area that we're watching here, and we're going to put track on that at 45, and then we'll see where it's headed again over the next 20 minutes or so. Not a whole lot of places in its path, so that's good news. The bad news, though, is that if it keeps going, we're talking at that point Normandy, we're talking Flynn, we're talking Leona, as it continues to track off to the east-northeast. So we'll see what happens with this one here in the next 6 minutes. Does seem like there is still a little bit of a signature there, but again, even on that last scan, a little bit weaker than it was before. So with that in mind, that is good news, but again, still potentially a tornado inside this storm. Again, this is just to the south of Easterly, just to the southwest of Ridge. The other storm that we're tracking is up here in parts of Freestone County, now tracking towards 179 here. So it's north of Freestone, tracking towards 179. Again, that looks to maybe perhaps have broadened out just a little bit as well, but again, still an issue there as we look where these kind of reds and greens sort of come together there. That's the area where we would be seeing that rotation. So again, we put a track on that a little bit earlier. Let's put another track on it just to keep everybody updated in case you're just tuning in. Again, due 118. I think we showed 119 earlier, so right there in that 120 time period. Red Lake by about 134. Trinity Chapel School by 137. And then at that point, we're talking about it getting fairly close there to the county line and across the Trinity River. Now, do want to point this out here in the next several minutes at 45 miles per hour. This should take about another 20 minutes there. So due right along I-45. So again, it could be there in the next 6-7 minutes crossing I-45. So with that in mind, heavily trafficked roadways, if you have to be out on I-45 right now, I would definitely give it some time. At least give it another half hour to an hour if you can delay your travel on I-45 through Freestone County. Because again, if we are still seeing that rotation, if we're seeing any sort of tornadic activity, obviously that would cause multiple issues if we're dealing with traffic and a potential tornado, and we're talking about the driving rains and the strong straight line winds that we've all had. So again, not the ideal time to be out driving along I-45. That's what we're dealing with, though. 2 separate tornado warnings at this time. Again, we have about 4 minutes left on this Robertson County storm, so we're going to continue to see if that is continued or if that is allowed to expire on time. With that one, again, we're still seeing some of those signatures, but they do not look nearly as strong as they did before, so that is good news. The other thing that we're dealing with, and I'm going to flip back to reflectivity here so we can see kind of the rain across central Texas as well. So we're dealing with these tornado warnings, but we're also dealing with, and again, that tornado warning was extended. You can now see it does cover Leon County, so let's go ahead and get some more information on that. So this just extended and now includes Leon County and Robertson County in effect until 2:15. So still seeing that rotation within this storm. So again, we're continuing that tornado warning until 2:15 now for this Robertson County storm. So that's what we're dealing with there. Again, 2 separate tornado warnings. I did want to talk about this very briefly. Is we've seen a lot of rainfall across the area today, and with that, most of central Texas along the I-35 corridor and even up into North Texas as well. You can see all these green boxes. These are all flash flood warnings from the amount of rain that fell earlier. Now we've seen the rain move out of Bell County. We've seen it move out of McLennan County, out of Falls County. That is good news. Things will start to dry out. But again, a lot of rain fell over a relatively short period of time. So a lot of water on the ground, multiple areas of standing water on area roadways. And of course, it is just not a situation to be out driving in at this time. So again, you see that extension of that tornado warning across parts of Leon County. Again, looking inside the storm, again, we're going to be looking for any areas of rotation that kind of pop out to us. And as we do that, this is not at all what I wanted to do. All right, so again, taking a look here. And again, working with radar sites that are a little distant from the storms at this point. And so because of that, it's going to be a little more difficult to kind of look inside these storms. But it looks like we're still seeing that same area of rotation now, again, moving across all of Robertson County, now moving towards towards the Navasota River. So we've now seen it cross the Brazos and the Navasota here in short order. So again, moving into now Leon County at this point. So this storm, let me get some more information on it here real quick. So again, until 2:15, storm moving east at about 40 miles per hour. And then another severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Jewett as well. So I think we just saw that one a second ago. So let's kind of zoom in on the Jewett area as well. So we might have two potential areas of rotation within this storm. So if we find Jewett on our maps here, again, should be the northern parts here. Trying to find this secondary rotation. There we go. So this is the area that, again, was just warned potentially as well. So this is a second area potentially of rotation within this storm, right along Highway 79, north of Jewett, southwest of Buffalo. Again, moving off to the east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour, 40 miles per hour. So again, we have three separate areas of rotation potentially within this storm right now. And so you see this very large tornado warning. So it's a little oddly shaped because we have area of rotation number 1, we have area rotation number 2 down near the Navasota River. So both of these areas kind of tracking off to the east. And so with that in mind, we are dealing with a couple of areas that could produce tornadoes moving towards Buffalo and again moving up towards Centerville as well. So we just saw an update that kind of threw everything off just a little bit. So I tell you what we're going to do is here in just a minute, we're going to go to 6 Plus exclusively. We're going to let the television go back to programming, but we'll be on 6 Plus throughout the rest of the day until these storms kind of move off. For now, though, let's go ahead and send our television audience back to regular programming. Remember, there are a couple of areas here, again, near Buffalo and back along the Navasota River moving off towards Centerville. Those are the areas that we're watching. You can continue to follow us on the 6 Plus streaming app. You can continue to follow us on KCENTV.com, and you can also follow us on our KCEN mobile app as well. All three of those will have live stream throughout the rest of the day until these storms move out of the area. But for now, though, for our television audience, back to your programming. All right, sent the television audience there to Dateline already in progress, but again, we have multiple potential areas of rotation within these storms right now, and you can kind of see all three of them right here, showing it fairly well. It looks like potentially near Flynn, moving into Buffalo right now, and then just to the north of Dew potentially. I'm going to go step off screen here for just a second. I'm going to take a look in the chat here and see if we're looking at the same areas. Because again, at this point, once we start to get a little further out from the radar sites, it's a little bit more difficult to interpret from our velocity scan. So I always want that second set of eyes, of course. Excuse me. So recent updates: Freestone County circulation weakening, continuing to watch the area. Looks like it'll move to the south of Fairfield now. Yeah, so that's what we're seeing there, right around Dew. So again, this area right here, I'm going to go ahead and circle it on the screen. It's going to be this area right here, moving across I-45 south of Fairfield, east of Teague. And then the other area, again, is going to be down near Buffalo. That's going to be in Leon County. Again, this area of rotation was spotted near Jewett, now moving towards Buffalo. You can see in the green there, right along Highway 79, moving up towards Buffalo at this time. Again, about 45 miles per hour. And then the last area is going to be back down kind of between Marquay to Flynn. So if you're in Marquay, if you're in Margie, if you're in Flynn, obviously now would be the time to be kind of in your safe spaces as well. All right, so just to recap, we have 3 separate areas of rotation within the storm right now. 2 of them along I-45, one of them approaching I-45 very quickly near Centerville. So this is going to be near Dew, this is going to be near Buffalo, and again, approaching Centerville over the next several minutes. As I put all this in motion, you can kind of see those areas as they move along. Again, this area in Freestone County moving across I-45 right now. The area in Leon County right around Buffalo, that is moving across I-45 as we speak. And then that third area of rotation in the southern parts of Leon County also moving towards I-45 in the next several minutes. All right, quick recap of everything that's been going on throughout the day. We're going to go back to our reflectivity so we can see rainfall. You can see that we're starting to see rain finally move out of Milam County. Still raining quite a bit across Robertson County. The areas of rotation that we're still concerned with are going to be over Leon and Freestone counties, but even Limestone County seeing the rain come to an end. Falls, Bell, McLennan counties all seeing that rain start to come to an end this afternoon. That's good news because, again, you see all the green boxes, lots of flooding concerns across central Texas. As far as what we expect for the rest of the day, this particular forecast model a little bit behind because at 1:30 it's still headed over I-35, but again pushing out to the east by about 4 o'clock here. And then we'll keep some lingering storms in for the Brazos Valley, but for the most part done by about 4 o'clock, and then we should have a pretty quiet evening ahead. Here's a look at the current watches and the warnings. Obviously you see the dark yellow boxes over Milam County and Robertson County. Those are going to be severe thunderstorm warnings. The two red boxes are our two tornado warnings. The pink boxes are a severe thunderstorm watch, and the yellow boxes are a tornado watch. You can see they have taken McLennan, they have taken Falls, they've taken Bell and Coryell counties, Hill County, Navarro County. All of these counties have been taken out of the watch boxes as we continue to see that line of storms move across from west to east. And as the storms move across, so we've been saying this all day, we're going to see the threat for severe weather really come to an end. All right, so here's the deal. We saw them just kind of redraw that tornado warning box for Robertson and Leon counties. In fact, Robertson County completely taken out of the box because the storm has moved on. We are still seeing two separate areas of rotation. And again, one is going to be between Marquay and Centerville, and the other is going to be up near Buffalo. These are areas of rotation, both in Leon County. And again, both have, this one at least has a history of producing a tornado that was spotted by the sheriff's office back in Milam County. This one is just radar indicated. Right now, this one just radar indicated. And again, both kind of broadening out a little bit, but the signatures are still there to a degree enough where we feel comfortable continuing that tornado warning until their expiration times. The one for Freestone County set to expire at 1:45, and the one for Leon County set to expire at 2:15. So three separate areas of rotation. You can see them pretty clearly here on our velocity scan. And so the direction of motion here is going to be off to the northeast. So this one crossing I-45 near Dew, this one crossing I-45 near Buffalo, and this one should cross pretty close to Centerville. Again, we don't have confirmed reports of tornadoes out of these storms, but some radar indicated rotation definitely is what we're seeing on radar here. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually change our radar site to see if we get an even better view of what's going on. I don't think we will. I think we're using probably the most ideal radar here. Let's see. They're all, okay, let's see here. I think we were probably using the correct one before. All right, so there we go. So now crossing through Buffalo, now crossing I-45, that area of rotation, this one getting very close to Centerville. So if you're in Centerville, obviously you need to be kind of taking shelter in your safe space. Up near Fairfield, this whole rotational area looks like it's kind of moving into what we call an area of what we call range folding. Basically just means as it gets to the edge of our radar beam's area of influence, it starts to get a little bit wonky. But again, area of rotation up there, potentially a little bit more broad than it was before. As we zoom in and take a look, you can see that area of rotation has crossed I-45 there, and it crossed near Dew. And so with that in mind, that is across I-45. The one near Buffalo looks like it is now across I-45 as well, but if you're in Buffalo, you still need to be kind of in your safe space right now. If for this storm down here, again, moving towards Centerville right now, could move just a little bit to the north of Centerville, but if you're in Centerville, again, your safe space, the lowest level of your house, of course, in an interior room, whether that's a pantry, a closet, a bathroom that has, interior walls or something of that nature, those are always the best places to be in these types of situations. But that tornado warning does continue until 2:15. The tornado warning for Leon County, or for Freestone County, until 1:45. So again, 2:15 for the Leon County storm. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. Again, this is not something that has been spotted on the ground. It's just areas, again, of a little bit of a weak rotation there near Centerville, near Buffalo, and again up towards Dew, and now eventually off towards Fairfield and east of Fairfield. So again, areas that we're continuing to watch as these storms continue to move across. Coming back over here, we'll continue to keep you updated, but I just want to make sure that I am also staying updated as well. All right, thank you. All right. So again, still looking here. Again, this is such a messy image. We have warnings across the entire area. So again, what happens is as you get from Robertson and Leon County down towards Brazos and Madison counties, that is a different National Weather Service office. So this is two different warnings for the same storm that have been drawn up by two different offices. And so that's what happens when you kind of see those areas kind of coming together like that. I do want to go back to our reflectivity so we can take a look at rainfall across the area one more time. I also want to go ahead and track a couple of these rotation centers. So as far as this one leaving Buffalo at the moment, again, the next half hour or so should take it through Oakwood and then eventually through a couple of areas on the other side of the Trinity River there, the Box Creek School, Myrtle Springs School, both of those going to be on the other side of the Trinity River. This area of rotation, again, moving towards Centerville, towards Malvern. So again, if you are in the path of the storm, make sure that you are continuing to be aware and in your safe space. Again, lowest level of your house, of course. So Centerville by 131, and then all the way towards Malvern. They're right along the Trinity River by about 154. All right, and so some quick updates from the National Weather Service. It does look like, we continue to see areas of rotation pop up, but right now the main concern is going to be the wind along the leading edge. So let's take a look. We haven't taken a look at that in a second. Again, if you're in Buffalo, if you're up towards Freestone, let's trying to get a check of the winds there. So let's see. Not going to be able to click outside those warning boxes. So let's do this. Yeah, so we're seeing winds, again, along the leading edge of the storm of 60 to 70 miles per hour potentially as it continues to push towards I-45. So the areas of rotation potentially moving across I-45, but some very strong winds still in the area. And these are damaging winds, can definitely blow you off the road, can move stuff around for sure if it's not kind of bolted down on your patio and area and things like that. So again, a lot going on here outside of just the tornado warnings, which again, we may not have a tornado on the ground, but we definitely have very strong winds with these storms as they continue to move across. The other thing that we haven't looked at in a little while is going to be our hail scanner, and it does look like, again, some pocket change sized hail, dime to nickel sized hail potential there from Buffalo down to Centerville along I-45. So yeah, at this point, again, wind and hail are the primary threats. Yes, there is still a tornado warning in effect for Leon and Freestone counties, but right now it looks like the main concern is going to be strong straight line winds and hail. With that being said, if you're along I-45, if you're in Centerville, Buffalo, if you're up east of Fairfield, again, still time to be in your safe spaces for sure. And it looks like as far as rotations in Freestone County, it looks like southeast of Fairfield, but really it's kind of hard to tell here. We're looking FM 489 in those areas, so maybe southeast of Fairfield towards Turlington and towards Red Lake. Those are the areas I'd be looking at. But again, a little bit difficult to tell. Again, everything's getting a little bit more broad, a little bit less well-defined, which is good news. That's what you want to see. We want to see these things kind of fall apart a little bit. You don't want to see them get tighter and tighter, and we have tornadic activity all day. But at the same time, of course, we cannot discount the fact that we're also seeing very strong straight line winds right now. So again, the winds are very strong along the leading edge of the storm. We still have dime to nickel sized hail within the storm as well. So keep that in mind as you continue to watch these storms come across the I-45 corridor. Very strong rain as well. So again, if there is a tornado or if there is anything of that nature, it's going to be more difficult to see with all of the rain that continues to fall across I-45 as well. And again, for most of central Texas, you're in the clear at this point. The line of storms has come through, and we're seeing it push through Milam, Robertson, Leon, up towards Freestone counties, but that's about it at this point. In fact, you just saw a severe thunderstorm warning drop off for Milam County as the storms have all but moved out of Milam County at this time. So if you're down in College Station, the Brazos County area, Burleson County, you're going to see those storms start to move in there next with heavy rainfall and potentially some very strong winds as well. Again, the whole leading edge of this storm, and I'm going to draw a quick line here, and I'm going to go back to the monitor, and I'm going to point it out to you. Anywhere along this leading edge, this is where we're looking at for the potential for strong winds. Notice again, it has that pretty well-defined bow to it. So again, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, not out of the question. These storms have a history of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. So keep that in mind. Even if we're not seeing those tornadic spin-ups, we're still seeing very strong winds. Again, travel is not recommended at this time, especially along I-45. We definitely recommend waiting until this gets past. And it will be very soon. We're seeing it move at about 40 miles per hour towards the Trinity River. And once it crosses over the Trinity River, it kind of moves into Anderson, Henderson counties, and that then moves into a different area than ours here in central Texas. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Again, those rotations on the inside of the storm looking fairly broad, but the straight line winds along the leading edge of the storm still a concern there as they continue to be potentially 60 to 65 miles per hour. Hail core, again, dime to nickel sized hail, and we were seeing that kind of along that leading edge as well. And when we talk about leading edge of the storm, we're just literally talking about the front of the storm. And you can see there that pocket change sized hail falling from Centerville up towards Buffalo. Could be as large as Nichols, but really it's the wind threat with this storm that we're most concerned with right now. Both in the straight line variety and, of course, the rotating variety. But you can see that that area of rotation that moved through Buffalo now, well east of Buffalo there, kind of moving towards eastern Leon County. This area of rotation down near Centerville. Again, these are not very well defined at this point. So definitely seeing some of the rotation kind of falling out of these storms. But again, just taking a look at some of these wind speeds. Obviously, this is extremely far from the radar. So at this point, the radar we're using is down in Williamson County. This is very far from the radar, so our radar beam looking way up into the storm right now. And so you're seeing winds at 110, 88, 81. So this is well up there off the ground. So likely not reaching the ground at those speeds, but it is entirely possible that at the ground level, we're seeing winds in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour on the leading edge of this storm. So that's what we're mostly concerned with right now, and that's pushing right across I-45 right now. So with that in mind, if you're in the I-45 corridor, again, I do not recommend going out and traveling at this moment. I would definitely give it a little while. Give it another half hour or so, and these winds should be passed, because at 60 to 70 miles per hour, it'll definitely move you off the road if you're not careful, especially if you're in a high-profile vehicle. With these storms all the time, we'll see 18-wheelers and other semi-trucks kind of flipped over on their sides, because, again, they are such a high-profile vehicle with those walls basically act like sails, and you see winds at 60, 70 miles per hour. It'll turn a truck over for sure. So that's why we always recommend not traveling during these times. And again, you can see the back edge of these winds is right there. So if you get another half hour, 45 minutes, if you need to travel from Centerville to Buffalo, that would be ideal. The situation is just to go ahead and hold off on that for a little while. Severe thunderstorm warning also in effect in addition to the tornado warning. Again, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, all possible within this storm. This expires another 12 minutes, so we'll see if that how it's kind of redrawn at that point, and see what we're looking at with these storms here in the next 12 minutes. But as far as we're looking at it, it doesn't look as nearly as well defined as it did before, when it was way back in parts of Robertson County and Milam County. But again, still seeing some of those signatures of rotation, and we're still seeing those very strong potential wind gusts along the leading edge here as well. So a lot still to go here over the next hour or so. We're going to kind of continue to see, wait and see what happens with these warnings. But for Freestone County, that storm is all but moved out of the county at this point. So it's getting very close to the Trinity River there. You can kind of see a little bit of a rotation potentially still there just to the east of Turlington, right in this kind of zone right here. That's where we'd be looking for any rotation, and moving towards the Trinity River at this hour. In the Buffalo area, again, potentially right there, right along the county line is where I'd be looking there. And then this last area of rotation, the one that moved out of Robertson County, potentially down here just to the west of Centerville. So if you're in any of these areas that we're talking about, as you hear your name called, I would definitely be in your safe space, because these are all areas that are very close to these areas of rotation. And again, they're not the most well-defined areas of rotation. We're seeing some broadening, we're seeing some weakening, but still worth noting that they are still there. And again, here, again, just to the west of Centerville, Buffalo, Fairfield, it's past Fairfield at this point. So again, kind of moving into the eastern parts of all of these different counties. Again, anywhere you see like a little bulge like this right here, this little arc, this little bow, whatever you want to call it, these are the areas where we definitely are likely seeing those very strong wind gusts as well. So again, 60 plus miles per hour, 60 to 70 miles per hour, potentially with this storm. So there's a lot of, even if there's no rotating funnel clouds, there is still a lot of straight line wind with these storms. Again, that pocket change sized hail. The hail cores are not as impressive now as they were a little bit earlier, but again, still seeing some of that hail falling as these storms roll through. And again, now with that storm up in Freestone County, most of that has pushed across the Trinity River, and we're seeing that storm down near Centerville basically moving right towards I-45 right now. I want to get a second set of eyes on this real quick if I can. All right, so yeah, they're the National Weather Service seeing a lot of the same things that I'm seeing. They're going to keep the tornado warnings going, but there does not appear to be an immediate tornado threat with these storms. Right now, primarily a severe thunderstorm threat with, again, very strong winds and, again, some pocket change size. Primarily a straight line wind situation at this point. In fact, as we look at the new warnings that have just been issued, that is not the new warning. Go ahead and click this. All right, that's until 2:30. Yeah, so 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. So they're still seeing hail up to quarter size within these storms. The last time I looked, I was not seeing anything that was quite that large. Yeah, as a matter of fact, as we look south of Buffalo, north of Centerville, maybe 6/10, 7/10. So looking potentially like there's some penny to nickel-sized hail within the storm. But as far as the quarter-sized, it is potentially there. I think primarily the threat with these storms, though, is going to be the wind factor, as these storms are blowing out outflow winds at about 60 to 70 miles per hour along that leading edge of those storms. So we're seeing that move east of Buffalo, kind of moving right through Centerville right now. So if you're in Centerville, obviously remain in your safe space. And then this storm will pass through over the next 20 to 25 minutes if you're in Centerville. All right, Central Texas has got some good news for you. So we are looking now, again, that storm in Freestone County has basically all but crossed over the Trinity River. So we'll be seeing that a tornado warning for Freestone County coming to an end here very soon. The one for Leon County still going until, if memory serves, I believe it was 2:15. Yep, 2:15. And again, that storm continues to have some radar indicated rotation within it. So take a look inside the storm here. Again, hail as well, up to about nickel-sized, quarter-sized possible within this storm as well. Again, crossing through an interesting sort of area for velocity. So I'm going to change our radar site that we're using. Switch that. Again, if we're seeing anything, it's going to be right around maybe just to the east of Centerville, but I'm not seeing much there. Again, yeah, so again, just to the east of Centerville, perhaps maybe just to the southeast of Buffalo is the area that we'd be looking at there. Anywhere, we're just looking for anywhere where the reds and the greens come together. And so let's point out kind of some of those areas that we're looking at. Again, this is kind of a more broad rotation than it is like a tightly wrapped storm, but perhaps just to here to the southeast of Buffalo, northeast of Centerville, that's one area I'd be looking at right there. Again, you see these little areas. I don't think that would be much, but again, this is what I'd be looking at right here. So that's where, if there is an area of rotation, that's likely where we're looking. Let's try something a little bit different. Again, when we do that, it just kind of getting some anomalous data there. But again, looking like most of the rotation has moved east of I-45 at this point. Again, we did see the National Weather Service is going to allow the tornado warning for Leon County, or for Freestone County rather, to expire on time. The one for Leon County in effect until about 2:15. So again, if you're east of Centerville, east of Buffalo, that's kind of where we're looking at right now in terms of potential areas of rotation. A little bit harder to spot on our velocity scans, but could be potentially anywhere between, say, Buffalo and Centerville and areas to the east there, east of I-45. So that's where we'll be looking. This is the exact same area of rotation that went through Milam County earlier, went through Robertson County, now moving through Leon County, and again, moving off towards the Trinity River as we speak. So again, that's the area that it looks like if we're seeing rotation, it would likely be in this zone right here. Again, just to the east of I-45. Again, no confirmed tornadoes with this, just again, radar indicated rotation. That's what we've been kind of working on all afternoon and most of the morning. We did have one spotter mention that there was a potential tornado in Milam County. That was obviously a while ago. Exact same storm that we're watching right now, actually. But again, it's kind of carried the tornado warning with it for the better part of the last couple of hours. But again, likely enough that we'll see stuff start coming to an end here very soon as all these storms start to move out of the area. Again, we're seeing the storm in Freestone County moving over the Trinity River. We're seeing the storm in Leon County move across I-45. And then we're starting to see a little bit of activity start up in parts of the Brazos Valley down in Brazos County and Burleson County, but that all non-severe at this point. For the most part, you can see a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, the leading edge of these storms is going to carry a wind threat of potentially 60 to 70 miles per hour as it comes through. So again, need to watch out for that. Even if there's no tornadic activity, we are still dealing with some very strong winds across the area as these storms come through. I also want to point out some areas down near the Brazos River or the Navasota River there, kind of where that Four Corners region where Robertson and Leon and Madison and Brazos counties kind of come together. Potential area of rotation there as well. It's not super well defined, but it is there. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning definitely in effect there for parts of Brazos, Walker, Houston, and Madison counties at this time. So again, continuing to watch this. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, multiple tornado warnings. You can see, though, all this activity is starting to kind of shift out of the viewing area a little bit. We're seeing kind of a move into the Brazos Valley now, moving across the Trinity River. And again, areas in Leon and Freestone County moving towards the Trinity River as well.